uh, so I can listen to you.
Computer. Okay.
I can hear you.
Go. Big deal. Nice. I should comb my hair.
Hey guys.
Good morning, Kara.
Morning, morning. Sorry, we had a little technical difficulties this morning. Hopefully everybody is able to, who's teaching first? Are you Dennis?
I believe I am.
Cool. I think I gave you the ability to share if you need to share your screen.
Okay.
If not, no worries. We've got Tom, Rick, Dio, and me on here at the moment. I would, oh, hey. I would give a couple of minutes probably because, you know, realtor time.
Cool. Thank you, Kara. And it's interactive, right? So everybody can chime in and talk and.
Yep. Preferably they would put their videos on so that you can see, because teaching to a blank screen is no fun. Looks like we have a couple other people joining us, so that's good.
Come on, y'all. I don't care if you're in your underwear. Let's go. Just keep that screen up high. I want to know if Dio, did you sell that condo on Southport?
I was still waiting for you, Dennis.
Ah.
It went under contract earlier this month.
Oh, thank God. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for showing still.
Well, I kept selling around it. I'm like, I felt so bad. You were the only one I cared about on the other side to get it done. And
Well, I was the last of it, so no worries. Yeah.
hopefully some action helped. I mean, I think it's a great building over there.
Yeah, for new owners.
Probably time.
Half of the association. Yeah, we're the longest tenured too, so all four of us.
That's great. Yeah, we'll wait a couple minutes for those that aren't already. Just know this is going to be very interactive. I'm not going to share a screen, but if anybody wants any of the forms that I use, there's only a couple of them. I'll just have you shoot me an email and I'll send them to you. Excuse me. I'll wait for Kara to give me the green light.
I say get started. You've got
Okay.
a few more people that joined. Everyone, if you could turn on your camera, would be really appreciated. It's really difficult to teach to a blank screen without any visual cues from the audience. So we'd appreciate that.
I actually like my spot of Tom Campone better without his camera on.
That's fine. That's fine. He's at least in the room with you, so
Yes.
you could just look at him, I suppose. All right, Dennis. Let's
Okay,
get going.
I'll have at it, Kara. Thank you.
Have at it.
All right, I'm going to share a quick story that Kara and I shared last night. So what I would start with everybody, and you've heard this before, but I really believe it, that if I can do it, this business that is, anybody can. We all share different skill sets, and probably one of the only ones I have is in lead generation, and it's in lead generation with people I know. So my database, my sphere. So real quick, I've been doing this for 18 years. I spent the last 11 years at Properties, which was great for me. But I came over here in November, actually with Tom, who I'm sharing an office with, in addition to John Astorina, that you guys may know, because I was craving systems and I was craving processes that Keller has and that Josie kind of taught me over the past couple of years. So basically, I have spent the past 18 years in this business riding around in my car with an Excel spreadsheet of everybody I know. And my goal was to make sure I was calling all these people and to make sure that I was adding everybody I knew or everybody I came across and met to the spreadsheet. I did not have much in the way of systems and processes, but I was able to build, I probably do about 25 to $30 million a year in revenue. And, you know, call it around 50 units per year between the buy and the sell side. And that's literally just through working my database. The one thought that comes to mind is when I walk into the office, it's very quiet. I don't hear a lot of people on the phones with some exceptions. So I do think there's one thing you want to think about getting over is that fear of calling into your database. You don't necessarily have to have a strong message. I know I will get better with the Keller Williams systems and role playing and things like that, but just communicating in your database is going to let them know you're there. It's going to remind them you're in real estate. So when they're coming across people they know that are looking to buy and sell, they're going to be thinking of you. And rather than being one person out there looking for business, it's however big your network is, they're all looking for business for you because people want to help. Now I'll go back real quick as an example of why anybody could do it. I was trying to order Chipotle last night for my kids at about 8:30, and I got a selfie from Kara at 9:15 last night because I had it delivered to the office and she was still working in the office and got the dinner. So my intelligence is at that level, but yet I'm able to conduct a pretty successful real estate business. So that's just a little example I wanted to share with you. So anyway, please chime in for questions. I spent the last 18 years literally with an Excel spreadsheet. But what I was very good at is making calls and tracking calls, okay? So what I would show you, Tom's in the office and we both use this. So every week I start, and I'll send this to anybody that's interested. It's called the Greatness Tracker, and it was given to us from a few lenders that invest in the core, which is kind of their version of having a coach. And basically what this does, it allows you to track face-to-face meetings. It allows you to track lunches or dinners, and it allows you to track phone calls. So Tom is also very good at this. We do it a little bit differently, but I start with a blank sheet on Sunday, and I literally have room for 10 calls a day, really even over the weekend, but I just do it Monday through Friday. So that gives me 50 calls a week. And I prepare, I use the D2, what the hell is it called? The KW version. D2 model, where I'm going through my database. Thank you, Kara.
Let's tell them what that means. Do the database 2. So you pick 2 letters. Take it back.
Yeah, do the database 2. So if you think about 26 letters in the alphabet, if you break it down in half to 13, so if you do 2 letters a week, that'll basically break out for you to make a call to your database once a quarter. So it really ties in the 33 or 36 touch plan. And if you're making calls once a quarter, that's, 4 of those 33 or 36 touches. So that's what that is. So in addition to making sure I'm hitting my 2 letters a week, I kind of have a plan, either somebody that I just met, somebody who's thinking about buying or selling, but on Sunday evenings, I put together my call list for the week. What I know does not work is if you say, I'm gonna make my 50 calls, I'm just not sure who I'm gonna make them to. So it literally takes me about 15 minutes to come up with a plan for my 50 calls for the week. If you are new to the business, that sounds like a lot of people. If you only have 100 people in your database or 80 people in your database, that's okay. You can push back on that if you think 25 calls will get you started. But the other thing you need to track is additions to the database. The bigger the network, the more your business will grow. And if you talk to Joe and if you go through Keller's system and processes, it's a math problem, as he would say it. When I told Joe before I came over how much business I did in the previous year, he told me how many people were in my database within like 20 people. He's like, it's a math problem. And I think I did around 60 transactions. And he said, I bet you have around 600 people in your database. And I looked at my database and I had 623 people. So if we want our business to grow, we need our network to grow. And there's different ways to find a network, grow a network. But anyway, I'll send this to you guys if it helps. But so it starts empty like this. On a Sunday, it gets filled out, okay? And then I'm tracking how many people I've actually had conversations with. And then I have a simple spreadsheet that I can share with you. I now have a director of ops, thank the Lord, Sheila. And then Sheila, we have a running tab of how many calls we made, how many meetings we had. And then as you get a little further, listings taken, contracts taken. But it's simple, guys. And it's a matter of just making calls and knowing that you're making them, both in busy times and in slow times, if that makes sense. Does anybody have any questions on any of that? I mean, it's the furthest thing from rocket science you can imagine, but I don't know if anybody has questions on that.
Hey, Dennis, what are you doing at the end of the week? You said you give your sheet to your director of ops. Does she put it in Excel and Command? How are you keeping them like long term?
You got it. So at this stage, Sheila tracks my schedule. So she already knows when I have meetings. She now handles the listings, so she tracks the listings. She tracks the contracts. So it's up to me, and really it's a quick email. And I was doing this myself before, so it's not like this doesn't work if you don't have a director of ops. But I literally, and I bet Tom has a better way of doing this, but I literally have this sheet that's beat up because it's in the back of my pocket when I get in the car. It's sitting next to me at home in the kitchen when the kids are going to bed. But I just check off the folks that I had conversations with, and I send her an email and say, this week we've had, and I'll tell you how many. 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably about 28, right? My goal is 50. I only track folks that I either had conversations with and they responded. Maybe they shot a text. Thanks for calling. Sorry we missed you. Everything's good on this end.
So a two-way communication. You've reached out and they've responded in some way.
Correct. As an example, this week, I had clients that closed about 3 months ago, and I don't have right now scripts. I don't have an agenda of what I'm talking to them about. It's 9 out of 10 times I'm just checking in. I was in the neighborhood. I drove by your place. And I just want to make sure everything is going well. I get as much data as I can when they meet them on the family. So how the kids, that type of thing. Remember, you got a dog. So it's very topical, and it's more my style. It's just about relationship. But I left a message for a guy, and literally I'm going through my H's, Joe Hoff. And I'm like, hey, just checking in. You guys been in your place for a while. Hopefully you're enjoying that roof deck with all these Zoom calls I know you're making, and you're probably on one now. Hope you guys are well. And he texted me back, and he said, it's funny that you reached out to me because we have friends that are moving to Chicago and I want to put you in touch with them. Now, I might have gotten that lead anyway. He might have been on a Zoom call when they, you know, were asking about real estate brokers, and then that might have came and gone without me knowing, without Joe thinking about it. So it's really just staying top of mind. And even though I don't give myself credit for the voicemails I leave if they don't respond, I think it's keeping me in front of folks. So, you know, as an example, people, and I've talked to folks in this office, like, I'm not comfortable calling people all the time. When I was at App Properties, there's an office, you know, open area, about 15 people. I was the only one making calls. And everyone has their own way of doing business, but I think you have to make an effort of making some calls every week and tracking them. So somebody asked, I'm gonna send all this out, or maybe I'll get it. Kara, if there's a group email you could help me with. So what I've learned over time, you can't just do the work or make the calls, but tracking it is essential, especially when you get busy. Because I want to hit my numbers, I may miss a couple of days because crazy days of, you know, dealing with the ins and out of real estate transactions. But I know on Thursday or I know on Friday where my number's at and if I have to catch up. So I think tracking it's crucial. Simple Excel spreadsheet. So I'll send all that.
I've grabbed everyone's name, so I can send you a list, Dennis.
Perfect. Yeah, so the other thing that I would share with you guys when it comes to lead generation is, you guys may have heard about this, you've seen it. I've also taken this from these lenders, a couple different lenders I know that they invest like $2,000 to $3,000 a month in this core, which is basically, I'd say, comparable to KW coaching. But if you guys are looking to grow partnerships with different vendors or people in the business, and if you have questions on this, I'd make a couple introductions to some guys that are lenders that actually invest in the core, because their business model is they train these lenders on how to help real estate brokers grow their business. And I found a lot of respect for lenders that actually are investing that much money in their business, and then they just give us the tools, right? They give us the tools because obviously they want to work with us and they want us to give them referrals. But if anybody's like, man, I could use a new lender partner, let me know or reply to me, and I'll let you know a couple guys that I would recommend. Because I think that's pretty powerful when you know somebody's investing in their business that much versus just hoping for deals. So something else these guys gave me that I'm going to share with you, whenever I have my first introductory meeting, you know, and it could be somebody that I've known for years, but I have this all about you sheet is what they call it. And this may be old news for some of you guys. But this all about you sheet will have some information that you're going to want to walk away with as far as if it's a buyer, you know, budget, neighborhoods, must-haves, things like that. If it's a seller, that sheet's a little bit different for me. It has details like room by room. If, you know, I need to walk away and not forget something about a listing when I go back home. But that stuff like pales in comparison when I think about value to, I go, guys, this is just a couple fun questions I have. I need to know everybody's birthdays. I need to know the dog's name, the kids' names, and the kids' birthdays. What's your favorite restaurant? What's your favorite sports team? So when and if we get to the finish line of the closing, you know, they're not getting, at least in my case, a bottle of wine or a bottle of champagne. They're getting something. You know, I had a girl that she's obsessed last closing with Florida Gators. She graduated from Florida. That's all she talked about the whole time. So I got her size from her husband, and she got a Florida Gator zip sweatshirt for $75. That was her closing gift. So just digging a little bit deeper in relationships right now, I think is critical in this time. So these all about you sheets ask a few personal questions. and it's always fun. It always breaks up like the monotony of a listing presentation or, a buyer's presentation. So I'll share this with you guys as well. But I'm obsessed with getting your database, getting your network's birthdays. And what I enjoy about it is we all know that personal notes can be an important part of growing our business. But I just go to Amazon and I just have an inventory of birthday cards. They're just sitting on my desk. So in addition to tracking my calls, tracking my meetings, I track personal notes. Now, I can't read my own handwriting. So I can't tell you how many times I'd write a personal note and throw it away. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I can't send this. If you buy pre-printed birthday cards, and if you have, I think I have with families all included about 1,000 people in my database, but I'm sure it's 200 kids. Those kids aren't going to buy or sell real estate for years, but I have their birthdays. And the pre-printed birthday cards allows me to just say, dear, Kate, pre-printed happiest of birthdays, love, Dennis. Personal address on it, stamp, it's gone. I can do 20 of those in 20 minutes, right? So now I'm getting those personal notes out and they're around birthdays. And, sometimes I'll put Starbucks gift cards in it. Sometimes I'll do, something special, but even just a birthday card when a 3-year-old gets a birthday card for their birthday, I think it goes a long way, right? So that's something.
Pro tip, send those, get on a schedule, send them once a month, right?
Yes.
You don't have to send them like 7 days before their birthday in hopes of getting there on time. Just send them once a month, pick a day, have them done by whatever, the 5th of every month, I think is what Mary Lusk does, and send them out. They're going to be happy that you thought of them in their birth month, whether their birthday is the 5th or the 25th, right?
That's perfect. That's perfect. And I find myself sometimes getting behind. So that's when I may add a note, can't believe this is so late. Hope you had a good birthday. But so it's something easy. And I remember back in the day, like, God, I just drove by a Walgreens. I need to get birthday cards. I can't believe I don't have birthday cards. But, then you go and they're awful. Or Amazon, get 100 of them and you may be good for the year and you're done. So what else, guys? Any questions?
Hey, Dennis, back 100 years ago when you first started in this business, did you already have a big sphere, or how did you start building that? Because I think what I hear a lot is people are like, I got 50 or 150 people. How do I build it? Especially now when, kind of a lot of in-person, face-to-face, you might in the past go to your friend's party, and meet a bunch of people there to add your database. Any pro tips on building your database?
That's a great question. So it'll all be very personal based upon, your environment and such. When you're starting, I do know a lot of folks getting started out there like, well, I don't know a lot of people, or maybe you just moved. I do think there are, maybe it's harder these days, but whether it's networking groups, some examples of things I did over the years. I lived in Bucktown. I joined the Bucktown Community Organization. Met people there. I spent a little bit of time at the Loyola Alumni Association. I went to Loyola Chicago, met some folks there. Business definitely came out of there. I can tell you the group that I've had the most success with as far as consistent business coming through for any parents is my kids' school. I've gotten business. I've coached soccer for my kids, and I've gotten business from the team there. I've coached baseball. I've gotten business from my team there. So it's kind of, in my case, it's very organic. But if you feel like you don't have, that's good, Ann Rosen. If you don't have a big network, thinking about some of that will help. Now, I didn't have a lot of time to commit for the Bucktown Community Organization. the Chamber of Commerce, things like that. But couple of meetings, couple of social events you go, there's always opportunities to get a couple of people from your database. And I think, I don't know if I mentioned, set a goal for yourself for how many additions to your database a week. What's so amazing, I now am in coaching, like Annie, when they make you set goals, you hit them. You always hear that, written goals. So it may be three additions to your database per week. It may be one per week. If you write it down and if you track it, you're going to be so motivated. It's going to be, you go cut your hair or you go get your teeth cleaned from your dentist and you're going to be like, hey, if you don't mind, I'm going to add you to my database. I'm going to send you some stuff. There was a time where I was getting my hair cut. I was getting like a deal a month out of the girl who cut my hair. She's like, give me your business cards. I'm going to put them right on my shelf, and getting business that way. So it's not salesy. I don't have a sales like portion of my discussions. It's just letting people know what you do. And a lot of times you just ask other people about their work or how work is going. That'll spawn that question. So there's no trick to it. Ann brought up a good point, and I need to go back and do it. Look at pull or print your list of your Facebook friends and make sure that they are in your database. I bet I could add 50 people that are on Facebook that I haven't thought of to put in my database. So that's going to be an action item for me. And then the other thing, and Ann may be alluding to this as well, is Facebook gives everybody's birthdays. So I think it was Mike Hillary that told me just once a day, look at your Facebook and see, and it'll list everyone's birthdays. Spend, that takes about a minute and a half. I've had good days and bad days where I remember how to do that, but I probably in the last 2 weeks after meeting with Mike Hillary, I probably added about 6 birthdays into my CRM just by taking a quick peek at that every day. So
Can I add something to that real quick?
please do, Tommy.
So most of like Google and Yahoo, like personal mail, like anybody you email is going to be automatically added to your contacts. So you could go through that too. And it's an easy way to add a bunch of people. And then also Facebook, I don't remember how to do this, but you can actually set it up. So if anyone in your anyone that you're friends with on Facebook has a birthday, it'll email you a summary every morning. So you don't actually have to go in there. So like every morning that somebody has a birthday, I get an email from Facebook saying, hey, remember, Joe Smith it's his birthday today. Wish him happy birthday. So that's an easier way to automate it. So you don't have to go in there every morning. I don't remember how to do it, but I'm pretty sure you can figure it out with a quick Google search.
That's cool. Thank you, Tom.
Looks like we have about 4 minutes left, so I think any questions? Now's a good time to ask.
Dennis.
Yes.
Oops.
Am I losing you?
Yeah, Dennis,
We're still here.
is the priority sending out the touches, basically like the birthday greetings and all that, mainly to your sphere first before you head to, I guess, just sending something out for leads?
Right. Such a great question. I can tell you over the years, I've tried every trick in the book, lead generating, paying for Zillow. There was a company that cold called, expired and canceled. And when I go back to my business in 18 years, when I tell you, I bet you the number is 98.5% of my business came from my sphere, my database. It's so common for us. Talk to Josie about this. He said he's the same way. That shiny little coin or whatever you want to call it. Get leads here, pay for leads. We're all willing to invest in our business, but it always comes back, at least for me, it's 100%. It's the sphere of influence. It's a database. It's a network. I've had zero success. I can think of 1 or 2 deals maybe over the course of 3 or 4 years that came from outside. It's all about the sphere and the network for me and the relationships.
Right, thanks.
Yeah. And that's such a great question because we always want to find something else, something outside. cold calling, door knocking, and people do it in all different ways. Bob Burger's in here hammering canceled and expireds, and does a great job with it. And I think that's an exception to the rule. I think it's about the sphere and the database and really taking a step outside of it and knowing there are other people that I should bring in just a little closer to communicate a little more with, and they're going to be looking for business for me, if that makes sense. Glad you sold that condo. Anybody?
Thanks so much for your time and insight today, Dennis. What's your email in case anybody wants to reach out to you? Dennis will send you the checklist and sheets that he talked about earlier. I took a screenshot of all you guys, so I'll make sure that he gets you an email, or probably Sheila gets you an email. But if you want to talk to Dennis about something else, Dennis, what's your email?
Just like it sounds, hike. So it's DHUYCK, DHUYCK at KW.com.
Thanks, Dennis.
Cool. Thanks
Appreciate your time today.
for joining. Reach out anytime, guys. All right.
Looks like there's a break until the next HIIT session today at about 10:15. So join us back here at the same link for let's see what is up next. Pre-qualification.
Hey, JP.
Hey,
Start my
I'm stepping in the car. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Did it already start?
No, no, I have like 4 more minutes before we start.
Are you teaching this one?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So this is my topic is pre-qualifications. Is that the one you wanted?
I'm taking whatever I can get.
Okay, got it. Well, I'm not sure anybody was on the earlier one. I didn't see anybody
No,
else.
it was a few people on the earlier one.
There were people?
Yep.
Oh,
I
okay.
think this one said 10 o'clock though. Maybe that's why. Oh no,
Yeah.
this is 10:15. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. John, you're all set. I love it.
You get any bites on Polina?
No. Well, I mean, I have had people come through, not really this week. I've probably had like 7 or 8 people, and everybody
Okay.
loves it. Everybody loves it. It's a great place. It's really clean and neat and has everything you want, except it doesn't have any outdoor space. So everyone's like, there's no outdoor space.
Yeah.
Shoot.
I feel like outdoor space is like the new cop out.
Well, it could be. It could be. I mean, the agents aren't sure why, but the interesting thing is there's not a lot of inventory up in that area.
Yeah, I mean it's a nice area, but like for me, I'm trying to figure it out too. Is when people say there's no outdoor space, like, well, before you got here with your agent, you knew it was no outdoor space.
Right. But I'm thinking the agents, I think what's happening is the agents are trying to convince them because there's no inventory that,
I got
take
it.
a look at this place, right? And then
Yeah,
ultimately they're like, yeah, I do love it, but there's no outdoor space. So I'm hoping maybe somebody will circle back because it all depends if they want the area, right?
true. It's a
So,
nice area.
yeah, it really
It's
is.
very
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, they're like that right. I mean, right up and down Ravenswood has some really cool restaurants.
Oh yeah, there's
Um,
restaurants. You got the Mariano's. You got the
yeah,
L. If people ever use the L again,
yeah.
you know. The other thing, it doesn't have parking, but no one's mentioned the parking. There's lots of street parking, so it's really easy to park on the street.
Yeah,
But that hasn't come up.
I think all of it too is their agent have to have that conversation with them of I feel like some of the people I've taken out, you can't, no matter how much money you have, your budget is 100,000 or 100 million,
Right.
your wish list is always like 10% more than your budget is, no
Right.
matter what.
Right. Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
always about getting to understand what their really true top priorities are. And then there's always
Yeah.
got to be some compromise. Yeah.
I was taking out some people for another agent and just kind of helping them out. And their budget was 900,000. And we saw like 7 places. And every time there was something they didn't like. And I was like, that's crazy. Like your budget's so much and you
Yeah.
still have things that you can't find, which is so
Yeah.
weird.
Well, or fix it. I mean, with that kind of
Yeah.
money, you can buy something
Yeah.
and fix whatever.
Pretty much.
Add your outdoor space, that kind of.
Yep. Put a rooftop deck.
All right, looks like we have a few people who have joined us. Welcome, everybody. This is Nancy Simonson, for those of you who don't know me. And this is the pre-qualification topic. So hopefully that's the topic that you guys were interested in. And, we're at 10:16, so I'm just gonna go ahead and start. I know that people are kind of coming and going on these topics. I think it's a great idea that we do this, right? So if you can fit it into your schedule, you join what you can and do what you can, right? But anyway, so I'm actually going to share. I know some of you may not be able to see the share, but I can share this with you electronically as well. Anybody who wants it. And I think they'll give me all the participants' names, but if not, maybe I should. I can never use chat when I'm sharing, can I? Well, I'll type in my email afterwards, but it's it's Nancy Simonson at KW, but I'll spell it out for you if you guys need any, if you want to contact me with any information or questions, or if you want me to send this to you. But anyway, when we're the whole purpose of pre-qualification, and you do this on the buy side as well as on the list side, right, is to save time, your time and the seller's time, right? So ideally, when you have a listing presentation, you want to be in person, right? You want to be at their home, looking at their home, because you need to really understand the condition of the place, right? I know with COVID and all that, there's, sometimes there's some challenges with that and, et cetera, et cetera. But regardless, we want to save time. So the idea is to ask some questions up front so that you can be best prepared when you actually do meet with them in person, right? You can do some homework before you get there and kind of know where their resistant points are going to be, or what objections you're going to have to overcome, right? So again, you kind of save some time and be prepared, be as most prepared as you possibly can when you meet with them. So this is a pre-listing questionnaire. I don't know where I got it, but I got it from somebody in our office, and I've kind of tweaked a few things. And you guys obviously can feel free to tweak it as well when you're talking with a seller. And the first thing you want to do, and it all kind of depends on how you know the seller, right? Is it a referral? Is it someone you actually know? I mean, obviously you have to take those things into effect, but assuming it's like a referral of some sort, you want to make sure you get their name and their spelling of their name, and their spouse or partner, or anybody else that might be on the deed that will be selling it. And one thing to note, I learned this, even if they're not on the deed, and many times, it could be a property that a married couple that the other partner is actually not on the deed, you still need to have them sign the listing agreement because of the rules about homestead rules with a married partner. So they still have to sign all the paperwork. So you want to get that spouse or partner's name, or anybody that might be on the deed, and or any decision makers. So perhaps there's a mom or a dad or somebody else that needs to be involved in some way to the sale. You want to know who all the people are. And then you want to make sure you have the complete home address. Get their emails, get emails of everybody that's involved. So not just the seller, but if there's a spouse or decision maker. And then find out their phone number. Do they have a day number, a cell number, an evening number, whatever they prefer in terms of reaching them. And then asking what hours of the week are they available to meet. Are there certain days of the week, date and time that works? One of the things we talk about Keller Williams is kind of helping to manage your time, is to throw out dates and times that work for you. And so to have pre-allocated times on your schedule in the day, at least one time in the day one time in the evening and one weekend slot at a minimum, where you can always just say, hey, are you available on Tuesdays at 1 o'clock, Thursday at 5 o'clock, or Saturdays at 4 o'clock. That's ideal if you follow the Keller Williams way, but certainly find out what days and times of the week that might work, especially if there's multiple people that you're trying to juggle the calendars, because you want all the decision makers at the meeting. So when you're having them sign the listing agreement, you want everybody there. Otherwise, you're going to waste your time. You're going to have to repeat yourself. And also, it could be an excuse to not sign. And ultimately, when you go on the listing presentation, you want everybody to sign. You want to be able to move forward once they sign that. Okay, so then, and again, this is a questionnaire / kind of a script. So you're asking her name, you're writing all this stuff down. You know, they give you this information. You say, great, I can't wait to work for you. To better prepare for our meeting, I have a few questions. You have about 3 minutes. And if they say no, ask when you can call them back. Okay, so then if they say yes, you ask, you know, how did you hear about this? Now, if you know it was a referral and you know, Joe Smith referred you, you can say, oh, that's great that Joe Smith referred me. But if you don't know, like it was a cold listing or something, you want to kind of find out who it was, because that'll help you with your lead gen to understand who it is or who to thank, right? Like if someone did refer you and you got their name and you didn't know they were a referral and they just called you directly, you want to thank that person. Okay, then you briefly have them describe the home, right? Like, well, what's the square footage? How many bedrooms? How many baths? Do they have parking? Is there outdoor space? Is there if they have a basement, is it finished or unfinished? Are there any other rooms? Do they have a den? Anything else they want to share? Are there any special features? So kind of briefly ask. You don't have to ask about every single thing, but just so you get a brief idea. I mean, most of the time, you're going to be able to look on MLS and look at a history and find the property and get information on it. But they could have changed it. It could have been a 2-bedroom and they made it a 3-bedroom. Right? They could have added an extra bath. They could have made a half a bath a full bath. I mean, there's all kinds of things that could have happened to the history of the home, even though, you could find something as a starting point. And then you kind of want to ask, again, sometimes you may want to go into all these details, but if you can get them to engage in the early conversation to understand what updates were already made. So what have they done to the property? So if you look at an old MLS listing, you can see, that sometimes you can see the photos, sometimes they hide the photos, but you can get an idea of what's changed. So when you look at what it sold for, maybe 4 years ago, and they've said, oh, I've added a bathroom or I've painted or whatever it is, you already in your mind kind of can calculate when you start looking at comps, what the price might be before you actually go to that listing. So if they can kind of tell you things that they've done to the property, jot those down. And then ask them, what other features might negatively or positively affect the home. So what do they really like about the house? They might say, oh, it's a great location, or it's a really well-managed building, or we have low assessments, or whatever they think might be positive. Or negatively, they might say, hey, our assessments are kind of high. Or, what, right now there's some construction across the street and it's kind of noisy. So trying to get that information might help you. Again, you're going to be going there live. You'll be able to see this stuff, but it's good to kind of know ahead of time so you kind of figure out the price of where you're going to go in when you go there. How long have you lived there? And then you want to get at, this is a really important one, is why are you selling, right? Their motivation. What is driving the sale, right? Because you're going to constantly go back to their why. So once you list with them and you get the listing and, you're struggling with the price, or you're struggling with them making changes to the home, or whatever it is, you're always going to go back to the why. Well, I thought it was important that you get to Dallas by December for your new job. So you definitely want to know why they're selling and get as much, drive into that as much as you possibly can. And you don't particularly have to do it on this pre-qual, and maybe you'll dig deeper when you meet with them, and you might get different answers if there's, if there's, a couple situation, right? They might have different reasons on why they're selling, right? And then, where are you moving to? And what brings you there? Again, getting that motivation. If they didn't really stress that, sometimes you have to dig about their selling. Um, I want a bigger home. Well, why do you want a bigger home? Right? Well, we're expecting a baby, or you know we want a bigger home because we've been in COVID and we're on top of each other. So sometimes just an answer might require some digging. And then how soon do you need to be there? That's going to be your date. Then you just know, okay, we're going to have to price it really well, really aggressively if they need to be somewhere quickly, right? And then ask them what price they're thinking, because they've probably been on Zillow, they probably looked at estimates, they may have a neighbor that sold recently. So you want to get at what they're thinking ahead of time, again, because if they say a number and you're looking at the comps and the numbers aren't matching, you're going to have a challenge, right? But at least you're prepared ahead of time for addressing that challenge. So what price would you like? If they don't know, I'm like, gosh, I really have no idea. That's what I want you to help me with. Then just say, well, do you have a range? Do you have an idea of where you're thinking? And they might say, oh yeah, well, we bought it for 500,000. So we think it's probably at least 550 by now, or whatever. Right. So if they can give you a range, that will help you with your price conversation when you meet with them in person. And then you can ask them, what recent home sale in the area do you know of that would most reflect you? So is there a property that you think is just like your property? And again, most people today, because of the internet, are out there looking. They have seen homes, they've seen their neighbor, and they think, oh, my house is way better than my neighbor's house, or whatever it is. But again, that's going to be a comp that they have in their mind when you go see them, right? So you're trying to get at, do they have something in mind that they're thinking? So maybe they are thinking of their neighbor, but guess what? Their neighbor put in a new kitchen. They have a 2-car garage. I mean, maybe it's not really apples to apples, but at least you know what they're thinking, right? And then how much do you owe on the property? Some may not know exactly, and that's fine. They might have a rough estimate, or they may not know. And you say, okay, that's fine. We can get that information. And then find out if they have a second mortgage, if they have a home equity line, what the condo assessments are, any kind of initial information you have about the finance of it. And then you want to ask them, are you planning to list the home when we meet, right? So you want to know, are they ready to list, or are they just kind of feeling things out right now, right? So just point blank ask them, are you planning to list when we meet? They may say no, we're going to be meeting with other agents. So if they say no, you can say, well, were you thinking of trying to sell on your own? And they want to get some info from you. And then you're going to have to, play the FSBO card when you meet with them. Now, one of the challenges when you do this pre-qual is getting in and answering and getting deep into it. You want to avoid doing that. So I would say that's maybe the hardest challenge, or maybe it's the hardest challenge for me, is you don't want to go in there and they say, I want to sell my home. Well, you don't want to start doing the FSBO script, if you will, on the phone, right? You want to do it when you're there, right? You're just finding that out now, again, to know what your objections are going to be and how to kind of plan for the listing itself. And then, are you planning to meet with other agents? They say yes. Okay, great. You don't need to say why or how or what, but that again just gives you an idea of what you're going to be up against when you meet. If they say, yeah, I am planning to list the home, you say, great. I'm going to send over a pre-listing packet, and it will tell you a little bit about my team and our marketing. Will you please take a few minutes to review it before I arrive? Perfect. Then when we meet, we can focus on what's most important to you, and what's most important, you and your home. So again, it's good if they're going, even if they say, they have other agents, you can still send over your your marketing stuff. It doesn't hurt to do that. In fact, I think it's a good thing anyway. Different agents have different perspectives on that about what they want to share and provide ahead of time. But I actually don't think it matters because you're going to, you're going to be sharing that information with them anyway when you meet with them. So if they can look at and be impressed with you beforehand, all the better. And then you just thank them for their time. And then one last thing, do you have any questions you want answered right now? Right? Or any questions that you want me to answer when I meet with you? Right? So what questions do you have? So what are their biggest concerns, right? What are they might say, well, I'm concerned about COVID. How do you handle COVID? And you can say, okay, great. Well, I will address that when I meet with you. Or they might say, I'm concerned about property values, or whatever their concerns are, then you know what their concerns are. And again, don't try to address it right there on that call, that initial call. Just kind of try to push them off until you meet with them. And then just reiterate, great, I'm looking forward to meeting with you, confirm the date and time at X location, and then I'll be sending you an email confirmation or a calendar, even better, a calendar invite with the date and time. So that's kind of basically what I do for the pre-qual. Do you guys have any questions, thoughts, comments? Does it make sense? I don't know if everybody's on mute or. Stop sharing for a second so I can see if anybody typed anything in the chat. Okay.
Yes, I like it. It's nice just to kind of bounce ideas of somebody else's pre-qualification, just to kind of see if I'm on the right track and doing it correctly.
Yeah, and again, there's no right or wrong.
Right.
We're all owning our own businesses, but I stole this from someone. That's what we want to do. We want to share, our Keller it's all about sharing. And then you take it and make it, even better and make it work for you and your style.
I think the biggest thing about the pre-qualification though is just the understanding that it is your foot in the door and it's really your way of seeing if you and the seller are going to be able to work together. A lot of those red flags, those questions, if no one wants to go into a listing where you and the seller aren't on the same page because it could really tie up things later. And this kind of alleviates a lot of that.
Yep. Very good point.
Hey, Nancy, it's Ann Rosen, and you didn't steal that from just anyone. You're following the tools. That's from success, that's from Bold, that's from Successful Sellers. It's asking all those questions. And to Erin's point too, the answers to those questions will help you understand how you're starting this relationship. If it's going to start off a little bit rocky, gosh, it might not. You may decide not to take the listing, right?
Right. Yeah, and you get a sense for how they respond to your questions. Do they seem hesitant to answer the questions? Do they seem abrupt? Do they, you can kind of get a feel for their personality. So you don't mirror and match them. So, are they going to be somebody who wants a lot of detail information? Are they somebody that are touchy-feely? You can get a sense of that as well, especially if you don't know them. Yeah.
Perfect. What I've learned is the question I don't ask is where it goes sideways. Just to ask every single question. Don't think you know the answer. Even if you've talked to them before, fill out your whole form, ask them all the questions. That's the one you don't ask is usually the one that comes up and goes, oh, I should have asked that one.
Yeah. Or we might make assumptions. I know I make assumptions.
Sure. Me too.
No.
Me too. Great. Great.
Anybody else have any questions?
Nope, that was good.
Okay, I'm going to type my email if anybody wants this or and here, I guess Norman sent me yours. I got it. Save this. Okay, well, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, if I fill the time with other things or if we just wait until the next topic. The next topic is at 45. I think I had like 30 minutes for this topic, and I was like, I don't know if I can fill 30 minutes. But if there were questions, I guess they allow for questions. Let's see, the next topic is at 11, the listing presentation. Okay, so that's the fun one. So I don't know if there's anything else.
Best part of Zoom where you just get to sit here and
No, multitask or something. Yeah.
Hey, Nancy, I have a question. So do you notice the difference from when before you use this prequal to when you use it as a standard in your business? Do you notice
I would say, yeah, it's way better.
what sort of difference is it? What do you think?
Well, again, you're just more prepared, right? Because otherwise, you know, yeah, again, it comes back to you kind of get a sense for what they're going to be concerned about.
Yeah.
And then I just become more prepared with that. I mean, you should always be prepared, but you just kind of mentally kind of maybe practice the script or whatever for whatever area they're going to be concerned about. I mean, I think especially right now, it's going to be challenging. I mean, I'm struggling with my script in general about the market right now because it's such a weird market. I was just talking earlier, if anybody joined earlier, to JP because he's going to be doing an open house for one of my listings, and it's a Ravenswood listing, and there's no inventory up there. So it's an area where it's not oversaturated, whereas other parts of the city, you know, it's very oversaturated right now. And, you know, so I thought it would be we're very competitively priced for the area, and you know, and it's not selling, right? And I'm like, ugh, you know, and I've had people come see it, and everyone's saying, I want outdoor space, I want outdoor space. And I appreciate these agents, because I've been talking to agents and saying, you know, bring your client by because they're going to love it, even though it doesn't have. I know they wanted outdoors, because I was using I use the reverse prospecting in MLS. So I call these agents. I just say, hey, you know, I know you have a client that's looking for this. They didn't mark interested. Can you tell me what they're looking for? And they might say they need outdoor space. They may have told me that, but I'm like, well, maybe the place will sell itself. You know, bring them by. Bring them by, because maybe they'll like it. And they do. They all love it. It's a really, really, you know, great, pristine condition place. Like the seller can't do any more really to the property per se, and except because you can't make outdoor space where there's none. And I am bummed out. But I mean, so I guess, you know, the whole market thing, it's like I felt like I gave the right market answer to them when we listed it, but maybe things have just really changed and there just aren't
Well,
a lot of people out there. In the last week, I've got no one, and I did a price reduction. So,
well, to your point, the market does change every day. So like being an expert in the market yesterday, it changes with new listings on. And that's right. That's exactly right. I'm finding the same thing, that inventory is higher than we think it is.
Yeah, in other parts of the city, it's insanely high, right? So you get into River North or Lakeshore East or some other places, Loop. Oh my God, it's just like there's hundreds every day.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it's true.
So
we just get back to their motivation. Why do they want to sell? At
Right.
what price will they not sell? That's the other part of the prequal. Cool. Great job.
Thank you. Okay. Well,
got to be tough with no interaction. I get it.
well, I mean, I know they allow for time in between, you know, people take a break if they've been on all these sessions and things like that. So,
right.
But I'm glad to see there's people on, because when I jumped on about 10, there wasn't anybody on. So I know people had jumped off, I think, from the earlier topic.
Yeah, I think there was a 45-minute gap, so it kind of didn't.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Didn't make sense to stay on. Cool. Well, I'm going to jump off. I am waiting for a photographer to finish up, and then I'm going to head to the market center. I'm going to hang out at Lincoln Park today.
All right, awesome.
And I wish I could join.
Yeah.
I'm on a day full of showings, but I will be there next week.
All righty.
I've been
So,
seeing more people in the office. It's been fun.
yeah, it is fun. It's good energy.
Yeah.
Who's presenting at 10:45 or the next piece? Do you,
I'm not sure. Is it Joel?
It's in the text message, so I didn't.
Let's see. I don't
Yeah.
didn't say who. I don't know if it said who. It just said listing presentation at 11.
It was listed somewhere, but I don't recall where. It
Oh,
was
maybe on the calendar.
Yeah. Well, Joel is on, so he may be primed.
Yes, it is. It is Joel who is presenting next. I'm just finishing my lead gen, so I'll be with you guys in 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, no problem. Well, you guys are in for a treat because it's Joel's really good. So you guys got a good presenter for that topic.
You did great.
Thank you.
Totally. I like the pre-qual part because that sets you up to be prepared.
Yep.
And do it the same way every time. Don't miss out. Don't change anything.
Yeah. I see a bunch of people did drop off. I'll let people have some quiet time.
Yep, I'm going to jump off.
All
Good
right.
job.
Here.
Talk to you soon. See you later. Bye-bye.
All right, hello everybody. It's 11 o'clock. So who do we have that's actually here right now? I need some interactions, some voices, some videos, some faces. Hello, Rory.
How are you?
Wonderful. Thanks for
Good.
being here.
You bet. Thanks for doing it.
I am here, Joel, Nancy, but I'm being honest, I'm multitasking. So
I appreciate your honesty.
but I wanted to stay on because I always appreciate you and I always learn something from you. So I hope I will pay attention most of the time.
I certainly hope so too. And actually, I'm going to, let's see. Nancy, are you still listed as the host?
No, the KWCLP is.
Okay.
Are you not able to share?
I was going to hope to record it. So
it is being recorded.
It is being recorded? Oh, I see in the upper left. Okay, there it is. Yeah, great. So what I will say is if we are doing a listing presentation class, I need to see who my seller is. So if you want to get the most out of this, I'd love to see your faces. I'd love to see your reactions. I'd love to keep on mute, but if anybody can turn on their video, that would be great because that is a key part of interacting in this space and to get the most out of this. So welcome back, Rory. How do I pronounce it? Salius?
Yes, Solus.
Solus. Okay, Solus, thank you for being here. Nancy, even if you're multitasking, I'd still love to see your face. So that way I know when you learned something. There it is. Who else do we have? Gio, Bob, you guys are always great participants.
I'm driving.
Okay, I get that. All right. All right. Well, we are going to get started here. Actually, okay, Jim, thanks for the heads up, Jim. So, all right. Well, then we are going to get started here. And actually, my goal is we have an hour slotted, but my goal is to be at 45 minutes. Though, in full disclosure, I don't know if I've ever left a listing appointment in under an hour and 20 minutes. And so what I will say is I know there are a lot of agents who are 30 minutes, on the nose for their listing appointment. Some are 45, and I've heard some are 2 hours. I'm really almost always at that hour and a half mark. And it's almost about 30 minutes of hey, let's make sure that we're all on the same page, 30 minutes of what's going on in the market, and 30 minutes of reviewing the home. And we'll call it plus or minus. So I'm so glad that actually some of you were here for Nancy's pre-qual because I do what's called a two-step process. So whether it's in the chat or raising the hand, actually, who even knows what a two-step process even means or is? Great, I'm glad we're talking about it. So a two-step process. So a one-step process would be, hi, Rory, I'm here. I heard about your name to come list my house. We'd love to sell it. And Rory's going to say, okay, great. Are you available at Friday at 4 o'clock? I'll see you there. Versus Nancy helped what's part of the pre-qual, which we call part of our two-step process. So if Rory reaches out to me and says, Joel, I want you to sell my house, I'm going to start with a 15 to 20 minute, what I call seller survey, which is what Nancy did over that pre-qual. And that really is, as Nancy mentioned in the last presentation, this really will set you up for success to have not just I actually don't even like the word listing presentation because a presentation says, here's set material that I have to present to you. And I call that a sales pitch. And if you want a sales pitch, then I'm not your broker. A two-step process allows me to have a consultative approach to actually present to you a fully immersive and comprehensive marketing plan that's right for you. So for instance, I have a seller who I was competing against 2 other agents, including an agent who's listed now as number 5 out of the Chicago Association of Realtors. And that broker recommended that she waited until January or March to sell. And after doing that 15 to 20 minute pre-qual, I said, you're on maternity leave right now. You are, your family is relocating out of state. And you mentioned you're concerned about price come the start of the year. So based off of what I've heard from you from those 3 things, we don't know what the market's going to be. You said you're going to be very busy in December and January, but you're not busy now. And you're worried about what the market's, and your family is trying to relocate and your husband's going to be out of state, and that's a lot of pressure. from all those things that you've told me, it makes sense to list now. And she's like, I really appreciate the personal approach. We're going to go with you. So I won that listing appointment because of the 15 to 20 minute pre-qual that Nancy just went over with whoever was able to be present. So that's why I call it a two-step process. So I'm going to focus right now on step 2, which is going to be our marketing presentation or listing preview. I don't like to call it a listing presentation though. So part of it is going to be going off of the pre-qual is my first time. So because we don't have a set pre-qual we're going to go off of, I can use a sample one of a past client, but it's so important to get on the same exact page of motivation. So who wants to pretend to be my seller here? Anyone want to get in the hot seat?
I guess I'll try.
All right, who was that? Sierra who said that?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Sierra. By the way, I waited quietly. Most people would have chimed in. So tip number 1 is be prepared for uncomfortable silence. That's one of a very important negotiating tool that most people and agents are really uncomfortable with. And I've sat for 3 minutes in silence before, waiting for somebody to respond, and I did not. And some people just need to know that you're okay being uncomfortable, or they need to think. And if you have silence and then you break that silence, that tells me that you weren't comfortable or confident enough with how you ended.
Mm-hmm.
So Sierra, so we're going to pretend that we did our seller survey, and essentially I'm going to give you some prompts of how to reply. Here we go. So I'm going to knock, knock, or actually I'm not showing up to your house anymore. So I'm doing all virtual. I have not been in a property since March, by the way. We're about to sell our 55th property. I think we've taken on almost 30 listings since March, and I have not been in a single property since March. I want to let you all know.
How were you able to do that?
How?
I'm doing this right here. I made sure I had, I put my art up so I have a professional background. I got a ring light to get some extra better lighting. I'll be honest, that was just recently busted out.
That part.
What was that?
I get that part. It's their part. How do you?
Yeah, exactly. And so this is purely listen, if somebody's worried about, well, how can you tell the value of my property? How am I gonna find the value of your property? I'm gonna go look at a bunch of other listings online to figure out what your place is worth. Well, if we do a virtual walkthrough, I'm gonna get to see more of your unit than other people will. So if I'm going to use other information online to figure out what your place is worth, why can't we do this all virtually?
Mm. So do they just walk around with the phone?
What was that?
They just walk around with their phone?
Exactly, yeah. So we start the listing presentation purely virtually like this, and then I will do a screen share with marketing information, and then we'll jump to their phone using Google Hangouts or FaceTime, depending on their phone and their technology, and then I'll have them do a virtual walkthrough.
Wow.
So
okay.
Just want to expand all of your minds if that's not something that you're embracing right now. I've been highly successful doing that, and you can now quote to say, if somebody gives you some pushback, you can say, one of the top listing agents in our office and in the city is doing a full virtual method. What this means is I can spend more time getting to work for you once we list your house. And that's what you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Sierra, so thank you for joining our virtual presentation. It's 11:09 right now, and we had an 11:09 listing consultation scheduled. This time still good for you?
Yes, it still works.
Great. And now, just to make sure we respect your time, is there any kind of time frame that we need to be on to make sure that we're done?
No, not really.
Great. Now, I do have my specific agenda that I do plan to cover. May I ask, at the end of this, what would be a big win for you where you said this was the most beneficial, useful time, and I'm so happy that we just did that? What does a win look like for you, Sierra?
A win looked like for me being able to sell my property in a very short time period and getting the biggest bang for my buck, walking away with as much money as possible.
Okay, So I heard finances come up a few times there. So if all we can do here is show you how we can sell your property for top dollar, that's all I need to do to make sure you're happy.
Yeah, and see if you have a track record showing that you've done it before.
Great. So a track record. So not only show you our plan of how to get the top dollar, but show you past results in which we've been able to do that.
Yes.
Great. If there's one other thing that we can do today that makes you even happier, what else would that be?
I guess maybe tell me what the competition is doing, or if you know those numbers. I don't know if you.
And just to be super clear, looking at those numbers of the competition, are you referencing other properties that you'd be competing with, or what else are you referencing?
Yes, as far as the other properties I would be going up against, competing with for buyers.
So if we do an immersive deep dive on what's going on in the market, both in your building and nearby, to make sure that you are comfortable with the pricing strategy to get you that top dollar, then that'll help you make sure you're more comfortable, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if we do those three things and you're comfortable and we can decide on a pricing strategy that you're comfortable with at the end, is there anything else that would stop us from moving forward and working together?
No.
Okay, great. So that's my plan, and I look forward to getting you top dollar as quick as possible, and that's what we'll do. Now, as a quick little timeout, I'm actually going to even have more available to there because we would have done that pre-qual. So the sample seller I'm going to use is relocating to Florida. I'm saying, and Sierra, you mentioned to me that your husband is already looking at properties in Florida because he was relocated, and you said you're feeling a lot of pressure with that. So not only are we going to get you top dollar that the market will allow with our strategies, my goal is to have your feet up at the pool with your son Lucas, as soon as possible with the best terms possible. Would that make you happy?
That would make me ecstatic.
Great. Now, so all of a sudden, what did I just interject there? Right? I saw Nancy give a little smile. So we just interjected humanity. Right? This is not about dollar. This is about what is your perfect real estate transaction, which I received in that pre-qual. And I'm connecting the benefits of, I'm gonna get you top dollar, and when you list with me, I'm gonna get you to Florida at that pool faster. Because I asked 3 times, why are you selling? Well, we're relocating. Well, what will relocating do for your family? Well, my husband has a new job. Okay, well, what will selling now do for you? Well, it means that I'll have less pressure on being apart from my husband. Okay, what will that do for you? I'm going to be a 5-year-old here, and I'm going to keep asking why. Because would you agree that if I can intimately understand your motivation and your goals, I can better support them? Would you agree with that, Sarah?
Absolutely.
Great. And so now, when I'm setting my follow-ups or my recommendations, instead of going to say, hey, Sierra, here's what I recommend that you list at 500,000. I'm going to say, Sierra, when you list with us, we will get you to Florida, and that pool with your 1-year-old son, closer to your husband, faster, for the best terms. And that's what you want, right?
Yes.
Great. So here's what I suggest to do that. It's a much more powerful presentation where I'm connecting the motivation with the recommendation. Would we all agree? Say yes.
Yes.
Great. So, all right. So Sierra, we were able to just confirm what was important for you. And you mentioned as long as we can get you top dollar, show you a strategy of how to get you to Florida faster, and show you how to do a deep immersive dive in the market so we can price it right and get you to Florida faster. That's the goal we're going to do here. And I will, depending on if there's 2 people, I will then make sure that both partners have a chance to say, because one person may be worried about price, and a spouse or partner also may be worried about, I'm worried that I'm working from home and how am I going to do showings, right? Or we have 2 happy dogs and I'm freaking out about how to do that. So it is really important to make sure that everybody has a voice.
Okay.
All right. All right. So Sarah, thank you for that. I do now fully and intimately understand how, what you were looking to get out of this. So what I'm going to do here is share my screen with you. And so I'm now going to let me know if, actually, I'll be honest, Zoom is not the best platform I like to do Google Hangouts because I can share an entire screen versus because MLS has so many pop-ups. When you click a map or when you click photos, it pops up in a new window, and Zoom doesn't do pop-ups well. So what I'm going to do then is a full immersive deep dive on what's going on in MLS. So Sierra, do you want I can talk about data ad nausea. Do you want the short, medium, or long story on what's going on in the market, competition, building in the area?
Short and sweet.
Short and sweet. Okay. So, and the reason I ask that is, right, I may have a data person who's like, I want the long story. I want all the data. I once spent like an hour going over data, and it's like, and they were like, yeah, it was too much for us. And like, I thought they were totally into it. So it's really important to also, especially when you're doing virtual and you can do a screen share, some people may zone out and some people may zone in. And so I do love the virtual, and I actually set up a dual monitor on when I'm doing the virtual at home, because I want the video like full size of their faces, because I want to see if people are leaning in. I want to see if people are bored. When I ask questions, anyone know how to find who the decision maker is? If there's two people?
Maybe one person looks at the other one for the answer.
Nailed it, exactly. So when you ask a question, see who looks forward and see who looks to the side. If the one who looks to the side and the one who looks forward, the person looking forward is the decision maker. Now, it's important to still get both opinions, but it's really key because if the decision maker is about the numbers and the person who turned is about the experience, I'm going to address the experience first, but then I have to be really direct with the numbers with the decision maker, right? So these are giving me cues because we're playing poker this whole time. And that's why it's not a presentation. It's not about the cards you have in your hand. It's about the other person that you're playing. The one part I do miss about in-person listening presentations is to be able to see people's hands. Because if somebody starts fidgeting, they're really nervous. And I can say, okay, Nancy, let's take it. I'm going to take a little time out. It looks like I'm feeling that you're a little uncomfortable with this. Would you like to talk further? It's like, yes, thank you. So that's the part that I do miss the most about in-person stuff. But body cues are really important. And also mirroring and matching. So Sierra is kind of sitting back doing one of these. Like I may sit back and kind of do one of these. You know, I see, you know, Salas is leaning forward. I'm gonna position my shoulders and lean forward and even mimic head face movements, because if we can get our brains in sync, then there's actually, and if I'm the one who moves forward and the client moves forward, then I know that I have them. And I may ask for the sale right then and there because we are totally in sync and in line. So I can't stress, there's so many different layers of details here that's not just about the presentation. Anyway, so we're gonna go into the presentation and I will look at, so I am gonna share my screen. Let's see if I can get Firefox here. Okay, so hold on one second. I'm gonna close this off. As I said, the Firefox is not my favorite platform. So let me know when you guys can see my MLS. Let's see. Firefox is making me set up. Okay, so let me know. Can you see my screen, my MLS now?
Yes.
Okay. How big or small does it look for you guys right now?
It looks, it's taking up the full screen.
There we go. I'm gonna make this a little bigger. Okay.
There it is.
All right, we can see this now. And so, yeah, and by the way, doing virtual, you can pull these three little dots here in the upper right, and then you can make the screen bigger or smaller. So if you see people kind of doing one of these, you know, I will say, hey guys, do you want me to make this bigger or smaller? And you can mess with that. So that is also important in the virtual experience. So I'm going to say, okay, Sarah, I heard multiple times from you. You want to know what's going on and you want to know how to price it right to make sure that we get you top dollar. So I did a search I started just in your building to see what's going on in the last 3, 6, and 9 months. So you said you want the short story, so I'm going to be short and sweet. There's 4 units currently available just in your building with an average market time of 88 days on market and an average price of $442. Were you aware of these?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
aware of my neighbors who are also trying to sell their units.
Great. And now you mentioned competition, right? So typically we look at, hey, what's closed in the last 3, 6, 9 months? And it's pretty easy to cast a net of compared on where those sold, where do we need to price it? At the same time, right now we're seeing a shift in the market. It's more difficult than ever to sell right now. 2020 has become the year of the unknown. And we will have a very clear action plan for you on how to navigate. But I'll be very honest. We can look at all this data in the world, especially if you wanted a short answer. If we have the right exposure, the right marketing, it looks nice, the market will tell us where we need to be. And so that's a little pitch that Joe Zimmerman and I that I got from Joe Zimmerman, because there's so much unknown and people can get confused with this data. And you just got to give them really calm and really clearly, we can look at all the data in the world. The market is smarter than me. It's smarter than any of this data we can look at. It's smarter than you. It's smarter than any individual buyer. The market will tell us if we got it priced right or not. Right? And so that's almost giving somebody an out of how to not overstress or overanalyze. So we're going to look at, okay, so Sarah, can we agree that we don't want to price it at a point where it's 88 days on market and not yet sold? Do we agree that that does not support your perfect real estate experience?
Absolutely, that's too long.
Now, the interesting thing is also just in the last 12 months, there have only been 3 properties in your building that have sold. Now, the good news is there's another one that's your same floor plan, and that sold for the highest price of any of those. We have a market time of 101 days on market and an average sold price of $461.
Okay.
Now, here's something that's also really important, right? Would we agree? You said you want to know what the competition is doing. Wouldn't we agree that we don't want to replicate another unit that it did not go well, right? We don't want to replicate. If somebody is doing something wrong, we don't want to replicate that, right?
Absolutely.
So more important than ever before is looking at what we call canceled listings. Are you familiar with what that is or what that means?
Yeah, I think they basically tried to sell it, but they weren't successful.
Exactly. So we don't want to replicate those errors. So we can also agree that there were in the last 12 months, 15 units that tried to sell it and were not able to. Now, some of those are repeated, like 1103 canceled, relisted, twice. But we can also agree that we don't want to be one of these 15 listings that was on market for 139 days with an average price of $506 and also not yet sold.
Wow.
Right? So what do you notice here? 139 days and 506 compared to the ones that sold, right? So lower market time and lower price. What that tells me is 101 days is still a long time on market. So that is higher than usual for a 2-bed, 2-bath in West River North. But what that tells me is the ones that actually sold faster for lower prices, and the ones that didn't sell took a long time at higher prices and didn't sell. So can we agree that it is important to price it right, which will help you sell it faster?
Yes, we can definitely agree on that.
So then you wanted the short story, 88 days on market and $442 as an average price. Now I know there's different nuances here, but how do those numbers resonate with you right
now? The list price is okay, but I don't like the days on market. Me and my husband want to be in Florida really soon. So is there any way we can lower that time?
Yeah, so what I'm hearing from you then is how do we sell it for an average price for below average market time? And what that means is we need to offer more value than anybody else. What that means is we need to offer either more features for the same price, or if we're offering the same features, we need to offer a lower price. Would you agree that that's what will help you sell faster than these other units that have not yet sold?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. So now as a quick timeout, it's hard to say what your place is going to be sold for if I haven't seen the finishes and everything as well. So each listing presentation or marketing consultation is going to be a little different depending on if I have past photos or not. And so if somebody's done a lot of upgrades versus somebody hasn't, or if I have past photos. So sometimes I may need to step forward and do the walkthrough before I can finalize on a price. But I'm going to say, listen, Sarah, if we can agree to finalize on a price that you're comfortable with, can we decide on one now, and then we can finalize that price once you decide that you'll list with me?
Yes.
Great, because people don't hire me for the price I'm going to quote you. People hire me for my ability and track record to sell faster and for more. And we're going to work with you to actually price it right, get better negotiations, and actually help you make sure that you net the most. And that's why you list with me, right? So you may have heard some embedded commands in there. Price it right, net the most, list with me. So all of a sudden people are just remembering, all you need to remember is, Sarah, when you list with me, we'll get you to Florida faster and for better terms. And that's what you want, right?
Yes.
So now I'm reconnecting my embedded commands with the motivation. So I will, if somebody wants the short story, maybe we'll jump to this. Okay, Sarah, based off of what you're seeing here, we got a 395, a 515, a 450, a 410. The one that sold is the most similar to your floor plan is 495, but we have another 01 that's $100,000 less. Where do you think we need to price in order to get it sold for less than 88 days on market so we can get you to Florida?
I guess somewhere in the middle.
Okay, what does the middle mean to you?
Maybe 440,
okay.
430.
Yeah, so, and we can play with parking being included or not, but it does, based off the information here, you are correct. It looks like being listed on in that middle mark, in that 440 mark, including parking, has a higher chance of selling faster, under that 88 days on market, yet still being within right around that average pricing that we can attract. So if we list at 440, are you ready to move forward?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, as I said, if somebody wants a medium or longer story, little raise of hands, who here has heard of or uses InfoSparks?
I've heard of
Can't
it.
see, we got Rory, we got Sarah. Sulis, have you ever heard of InfoSparks?
No, I didn't have any listings.
All right. So I've been in real estate for 15 years. This has only been out for the last few years, and I wish we had this so much longer. So if somebody is like, I may even ask somebody, what's your, what kind of work are you in? Like, what do you do for work? Because I want to know, are they a numbers person or are they an experiential person? I'll know if they're a high I or a high D or an S or a C based off of the conversations we've had to know, like, how do I need to be more experiential and anecdotal, or do I need to be more numbers driven? So I always have InfoSparks pulled up to say, okay, Sierra, if you wanted the medium story, to take a look, just in 60654, even though this is still very micro, we're looking at just 60654 for 2-bedroom, 2 bathroom units. It's still very micro, but here's more of a macro look at what's going on. And I would have played with these numbers ahead of time. If I add the 2-bath, it looks like prices go up. So I'm actually going to try and make sure that my data supports as low of a price as possible, so I can under promise and over deliver. So I'm going to say, Sierra, just off of 2-bedroom units that are not distressed, that are not new construction, that are resale units in River North, here's what's going on with pricing. So you can see actually a pretty sharp decline in pricing just for your type of product. Most importantly, like, what's driving that? Well, it looks like demand is down, and we are seeing a decrease in showings, and we're looking at supply being up. We're looking at supply being up 11.8% year over year, and we're looking at demand being down. It looks like only 1%, but over a longer period of time, it's been trending down. So we have lower demand, which can drive down price. We have higher supply, which can drive down price. So when hearing all that and seeing that, how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel like I might possibly have to list for slightly less to get this property sold.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when we're talking about market time, right? So the general market time in your building was 88 days, and on average in River North is 110 days on market. So with low demand, with higher supply and longer days on market, yes, you're absolutely right. We need to price it right and be aggressive. which will actually help you sell it faster in the end. So we're not one of these 15 units that's 139 days on market and not yet sold, because that doesn't support your experience, right, Sarah?
Quick question, timeout.
Yep.
This might be super basic, but
That's
this
cool.
CMA worksheet, how do you get to this? Because I've only seen the cloud CMA.
Yeah.
So,
This, I just use the CMA directly in MLS. So when I am doing a client file, right, you can just do a search for a 2-bed, 2-bath. I can pull up what my last search was done. Okay, so great. View results, and then you choose whatever listings that you want.
right.
And then you add them to start CMA here.
Oh, the little bars right there,
Yep.
the little bar
And
graph.
you can save a CMA there, and then you'll be able to see in Manage Your CMA reports, you'll be able to see all of the reports that you've done.
Got it.
Do you think it's a lot easier than the cloud CMA when you really want to do it quick and easy? Cloud
I mean,
CMA.
CMA is the cloud CMA. I call it quick and dirty, but I usually don't. I'm not a quick and dirty kind of guy. I say you hire me for precise listing recommendations, and people hire me for my ability to help you get your property ready, price it right, and write negotiations, which will ultimately help you sell for more. If that's not what you want, then I'm not your agent.
Got it.
So I'm going to do an immersive deep dive on active, closed, sold, and then actually I would add pending. I just didn't have a chance to add the pending in. And so I very rarely can give the short story, give the short answer, unless somebody's a super high D and I'm like, do you want to know how we get there, or do you want to know the end output? And I'm going to give an initial listing strategy, but I'm never going to say it should sell for X price. I'm going to say, here's what's my recommended listing price. If we don't get it sold in the first 10 showings or 14 days on market, then we're going to have an adjusted price of X. Because I'm already trying to actually ask for a price adjustment in 2 weeks from now. Therefore, I don't have to negotiate with my client once we're on market.
Nice.
So for this actual listing, we decided on a listing price, and we decided on our first adjustment in 14 days or 10 showings, whichever comes first. And I've had clients reach out to me on Monday morning saying, hey, we didn't sell, so are we still doing the price adjustment? Yes, we are. And who here notes what word I used when talking about price? I said price what?
Adjustment.
Adjustment. And I didn't say price
Reduction.
Decrease or reduction.
Decrease or drop. So nobody wants to lower their price, but adjusting it maybe feels a little bit better.
Makes sense.
Just like I'm not going to say, would you like to move forward with the listing contract? Are we ready to be in business together? Would you like to move forward? Would you? Are you ready? Are you ready to complete the paperwork? So using InfoSparks here, especially for somebody who likes data, is a really great tool to set the tone.
I'm getting some feedback from somebody. Okay.
Yeah. So I would just like to reiterate, using InfoSparks is really important and really beneficial and really helpful, right? Because now all of a sudden, listen, Sierra, this is looking at the last 3, 6, and 9 months. But as I mentioned before, this is all old data, right? We can look at the last 3, 6 months all we want. We need to predict where we're going forward. And that's going to be looking less at just closed sales, but looking at how many are currently active, how many are canceled, and where are we going? Where are we trending? So you know what? It looks like all of these listings didn't understand this. They didn't understand this. So by looking at the last 3 and 6 months of closed data, we're looking at this as a single moment in time. And so looking at the last 3 to 6 months means we're going to price it here or here or here or here. But if we're continuing to go down, we need to price it here, not here. Would you agree?
Yes.
Otherwise, you're going to be sitting 88 days or 110 days on market and not yet sold, and that's not what you want.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to stop my screen share here. Actually, I'm going to reshare for a second just to show you what else I'm going to have pulled up. So what else I'm gonna have pulled up is 400 Ontario. So for all my listing presentations, I'm gonna have 3 documents pulled up. So I have my seller survey, which is what Nancy went over. I'm gonna have then what we call a pre-listing information sheet. That's gonna be gathering information on the property, so I fully understand and know what the age of all the appliances. When somebody says, why should I hire you? I'm going to say, we're going to create a better experience for a buyer to ensure that the buyer fully understands your value, which will help you sell faster and for more. So I need to know the age of all the appliances, any question a buyer is going to ask, a buyer's agent is going to ask, any work that you've done, what's going on in the association. So I'm going to have sellers fill out all of these things before we even get listed. So I'm going to have that, and then I'm going to go over our listing summary, which is, this is my checklist of everything that I need to get answered during the listing appointment. So confirming names. Okay, Sierra, we agreed on a listing price of $440,000. Here's our professional fee. Due to antitrust, please, there is no standard listing fee. So this is what we offer. We list at this percent, and we'll actually give a discount if they introduce us to 2 people between now and the time of closing. And then if there's no co-op. And I sometimes also say, if another agent in our office brings a buyer, then we'll give you an adjustment. Even though that makes no difference, and it's not super common to happen, I have heard other agents offering that. And I heard one time I didn't get a listing because somebody offered that. And it's like, so, if that's what I need to do to get it sold, for us, I'm betting on a percent. Now with KW1, maybe that changes, but just something to think about. And then I'm going to go over, okay, meet the team, because we are a team model. I instantly need to make sure that they're comfortable with who does what. If you don't have a team, that's okay, but then go over, okay, have you sold the property before? Here's what the selling process looks like. So we're going to go over a meet the team and who does what. Are you able to see this screen? Yes?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, in terms of a listing presentation, we have what we call our seller's guide. So we'll go over things like pricing, or, somebody asks how we market the home. This is what we have is our digital seller's guide. So this is the only presentation that I actually use. And here's what we've done and how many listings we've sold and our volume that we've sold, average days on market and list price, sale price ratio, what we do to actually before and after to market your home. Here's some information on pricing. Here's how to help you get your home ready for sale, Sierra, so that way we can sell it for the most. Here's how to get ready for photos or open houses. And then here's who's on the team. And then here's who does what in every step from now until the time we get to close.
Got it.
So because we have a team model, I'm going to go over who does what to make sure that somebody's not mad that I'm not showing the house, because I haven't shown a house in 3 years. You don't want to hire me to sell your place. That's what we have Amina for. She sold more properties this year than I have in the last 3 years, because she's an expert at what she does.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go, we'll confirm any repairs that need to be done. So we're going to jump to, okay, Sarah, let's jump to your phone now. Walk me through your place. Show me up, down. Is there anything that you need that needs to be fixed? If you were to stay in your home for 5 more years, what would you fix? What needs to be done?
That's a good question.
Are there any repairs or painting that needs to be done? Who's going to coordinate professional cleaners? Any staging that needs to be done? We're going to get a time frame for photos and when we're going to list. We're going to talk about how showings work and are we allowed to do lockbox or key. I have a note to my team of any before and after for social media to show, hey, here's what we did to show somebody's place that looked like this, and here's what it looked like in professional photos. Hire me to help you net most. And then any tips on the property or the building of how to access it, or any information that came up. Because sellers are going to be excited to say, hey, we did this or we did this. And then noting anything that's not included in the sale. Was that helpful to do as an overview?
Yes. Absolutely.
So I promised to be done in 45 minutes. It's 11:40 right now, so we have 5 more minutes left for questions or anything, but we went over motivation. Sarah, do we agree that it was very clear that I would understand your motivation, your timing, your desires, and how to win with you?
Yes.
Do we feel like I connected our actions with your motivation?
Yes.
We talked about, you said that you wanted to make sure what's going on with the competition and how to net the most. Do you feel that we went over that fully?
Absolutely.
Great. Do we have a clear plan on pricing and who does what and how to get your place ready? Great. Are we ready to be in business together to get you to Florida?
Let's do it.
All right, I'm gonna send you the paperwork, let's do it. So, and it said now this is typically where, that was 40 minutes, but typically I'm spending 40 minutes and then jumping to the detail walkthrough, which can take 30 to 40 minutes, and that's how I get to my hour and a half. So this is where I'd be coaching Sarah on how to get the place ready. What I do also have is, if you recall that the seller's guide, we had those staging recommendations and tips. So I send those out, and I actually took videos of my own home as if I was staging each room. So I took a video walking through my living room and my kitchen and some bathrooms and bedrooms, said, here's what it looks like now, and here are some of the tips on these rooms. And then I did it, and then I re-recorded it. And so now I'm sending to clients to say, all right, Nancy, we're gonna meet Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock. I'm gonna send you my staging guides and some videos. If you can review those ahead of time, so that way we can make the walkthrough even more efficient when we do meet. So we'll focus on bigger items and not focusing on the knickknacks. Is that fair?
Makes sense.
So I'm sending them the staging guides and then actual live videos of me implementing those, so that way they have very clear examples of how to get their place photo ready.
Nice.
I would love to have, I know we don't have time today, but
I'm almost there. She's subscribed.
Hey, Sarah, could you mute, sorry, because I think people in your office.
Yeah, we're just getting some, oh, that's Sarah, okay. Go ahead, Nancy.
So how to address, what I struggle with is getting people to do what I need them to do to get the house ready. I mean, clutter, no problem. It's like, but if, like I have a client, their furniture is god awful ugly, like from 1970.
Yeah.
You have too much furniture, and it's a beautiful home in the Gold Coast. It does not match, right? And I need
to cover that.
What's that?
Have you said those exact words?
Yes.
Okay. And what's her reason for selling?
They're getting divorced.
Okay. So, Nancy, there are 2 types of buyers in this market. There's a buyer who says, what do I need to do to get this place, right? And that's going to be, it needs to be a 10 out of 10. It needs to show perfectly, because everybody's on their phones looking at 100 properties every single day. So if you are not one of the most exciting properties that's going to show up, you will not get showings, and you will not be attracting the buyer of, what do I need to do to get this place? And then you have buyer number 2, which is, how much do you think they're going to take? And if you are not showing the best, and you are not priced well, and you do not have the best photos and the best staging and the best experience for a buyer, you're going to attract that buyer. And guess what? They want 70 cents on the dollar. They want to offer, they're willing to buy your place, but they need that vision, and they're going to assume that your place needs work, and they're going to offer you 70 cents on the dollar. Up to you, right? Would you like to sell to buyer number 1 or buyer number 2?
Yeah, so their concern is they're working from home, so they need their furniture, and they want their furniture when they work.
Okay, I totally hear you, and that's okay. It's important that you're comfortable. So let's go back to your motivation of why are we selling and what will selling do for you, right? Is it just you want to get it sold, but you don't care about the price? Or you want to, what's more important, having your furniture or getting it sold for top dollar? It's okay to choose whichever one you want, but what's more important?
Yeah. Okay. I know it's a challenge one. I really, they listened to everything else. Like they had carpet and they put in the hardwood,
okay.
Painted their kitchen white. So they weren't listening to me. The furniture thing, I don't know. It's just a weird.
Well, Nancy, you've hired me and you've already taken all my other suggestions. Would you agree that we want the same thing, right? You've already listened to me. You trust me. You hired me for this. Here's what I'm recommending. If you don't do it, that's okay, but I cannot promise that I can sell it for top dollar. Every property doesn't sell for one of three reasons: exposure and marketing, how it's marketed and where it. That's why you hire me. Condition, how it shows, and price. Price is 80% of it, but if it's not showing the best, that may be a variable. And I can't tell you if something else is wrong if it's not showing the best. And if you have this furniture, with all due respect, right, you're hiring me to sell your place, not to sell your furniture.
That's a good one. That's a good line. It's a good line. Okay. Okay.
So, and some people aren't willing to do it. And
Yeah.
listen, what I'm hearing from you is that this is more important. So please don't call me and ask me what I'm doing for marketing, because the more I market your furniture that is a disconnect between your home, the more people that we're going to detract from wanting to see it. Like, and I'm going to say, I'm going to rip your life apart. Are you ready? Because as soon as we decide to sell your house, it's no longer your house. It is now a commodity that we're putting on the market, and it's a beauty contest. And we need to have the best photos and the best furniture and create the best experience, which means we're going to get you the best price. And if we have an average experience, then we're going to get you an average price.
Yeah, because I said, hey, I use that same line. Like once we list, this is no longer your home. You guys should be thinking about your next place. I go, this place is going to be sold in 30 days. We're going to sell it. We're going to sell it. So you need to be packing this stuff up anyway. So let's think about what we're going to be doing. So I try to get them in that mindset.
Yep.
They just have been sitting on it and mulling it over. And I think it's one of them, not the, it's a situation, one of those kind of situations. I think it might be a sabotage situation.
Who knows? Who knows? Yeah. But that's why you have to always reconnect their motivation, right? Yeah. And it's not, okay, so why are you selling? Because we're getting a divorce? Okay, what will selling do for you? It will do X. Okay, what will that do for you? Yeah. Always go 3 deep on their motivation, because selling a place because of a divorce, that's actually not a motivation. Well, because we need this money. Okay, well, what will that money do for you?
Right.
It will allow me to get my next place so we can have X, right? So same with this example we used. Why are you selling? We're relocating. What will relocating do for you? So I can be with my husband. Why are you even relocating? What will relocating do for you? Well, we're going to Florida. Why are you going to Florida? Well, we have a 1-year-old and we need more space and we want a pool and we want to be by the ocean. There we go, right? So selling your place, if you move your furniture, I can get you to your pool in Florida faster. Yeah. Not, I can get you to relocate faster, right? So you're either missing some motivation or they're not understanding the value of it, how it connects with their motivation.
Yeah.
Anything else? Was this all helpful?
Definitely.
For those who are here, thank you.
Yes, it was very helpful. So are we able to get
without the interaction? Any big takeaways? What's the biggest takeaway?
Well, for me, I like the fact that you did this all virtually. I mean, I was pretty impressed by that. Saves time. I really didn't think, on the buy side, I do it. I didn't really think on the sell side, it could be done, but sounds like you have a good approach for that. So that was good.
Great. Yeah. So maybe we just saved everybody an hour, 30 minutes there and 30 minutes back. So you now just have an hour of lead gen or time with your family. So hopefully maybe that's a big takeaway. What else? Rory, I saw you giving some good nods and notes throughout.
I mean, because I'm in the suburbs, not going through the house is like almost impossible because they're so different, like condos, I feel like, but it was a really good way. I loved how you used the CMA and like dialed into that, because I always use cloud.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. Like if you use the CMA through the MLS, it's just so much quicker to get to the data.
Yep.
And I loved how you said you figure out who they are at the beginning. Like, do you want the short, the medium, or the long? Yep. I just like assume that I'm just going to do my spiel. I do the same spiel every time, but it's so much better to cater it to what they're looking for. And of course we all modify as we get going, but I think that's a great way to lead off. And then the other question I had for you is there any way you would share that listing summary that you go through?
Yeah, so I will, if you send an email to, you can send it to my email, and I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
and just say, send us your seller onboarding.
Okay.
We'll send over the listing summary and the listing info and our seller survey. So
Okay.
just say, I'm requesting those 3 things.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. And Rory, I would challenge you. Yeah, you know, I was able to get a $2 million single family home in Lincoln Park. So city or suburbs, we were able to go up and down, left and right, and yes, it's nuanced. But once again, Rory, what I'm hearing from you is like, why do you want me to see the property?
Well, because I want you to see all the benefits and all the upgrades I made, and I just don't think you can see that through the phone.
Absolutely. So what I'm hearing from you is you want to make sure that we get the best value for your property, and it's important that we understand how for a buyer to understand the best value. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. So now we're going to go look at your house, whether I look at it in person or virtually, and then I'm going to have to go and look at what else is sold in the neighborhood and in the area. And am I going to be going into those homes?
No.
No. So I'm going to have to go look at them virtually. And guess what? I'm only going to have a few photos, 10 to 30 photos, and whatever is on MLS. Versus when we're doing virtually with you, I'm going to actually be able to have an immersive one-on-one experience walking through with you, looking up and down, ceiling height. I'm going to have you show me the caulk in your bathroom and the windowsills and everything. And I'm going to get a really intimate value on what your property is worth. And I'm going to compare that to everything else digitally. So I do have, we have been highly successful doing this digital experience. And we have a showing expert who will come to your house either before or after photos to make sure that we fully understand how to walk a buyer through the process. And we'll also have more marketing for a buyer to understand your property beforehand. So I can ensure you that our process is set up to get the best value for your property, which is what you want, right?
That's right.
Great. Are you ready to jump on your phone for this virtual walkthrough?
Sure.
Okay.
Have you had anybody say no? You lost the listing because you wouldn't go there in person?
I was very close to a few, and so as I said, I had to connect the value. There was one that I lost, a single family in Bucktown that I lost because they said that they had met an agent before COVID, and like we just wanted to hire somebody who we met in person. And you know what? That's totally okay, right?
Yeah.
My family is taking this very strictly, but you know what? Even after COVID, I may never go to a listing ever again. I don't know if I want to because I can. And if I need to send somebody in person, I do have people on the team, very fortunately, that are still doing in-person things. If somebody needs eyes on, but I do get it as an objection still. But for the most part, we've been able to handle it. And
Great,
Bob,
thank you.
Do we ever reduce the price after the walkthrough? It's a great question. So I mentioned I always and never firm on saying a price. I'm going to say, okay, from the data, it appears that here's the range or starting list price, and we'll confirm that via the walkthrough, and we'll reconfirm that before we go on market. So it's a great point. Yes. And if somebody says, hey, what's the price? I'm gonna say, well, I may not know until depends on how your furniture looks and the condition of the property. So it is sometimes a chicken and the egg of, well, how do I name a price in that CMA section without seeing the property?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else?
Well, it's not so much aha, but more of an observation. I love the fact that you're able to bring up InfoSparks because I use that in all of my CMAs. I'll take screenshots with my packet, but you deliver it with such confidence that in itself just speaks rounds to why someone would want to work with you. And if everyone has that same kind of confidence and they're able to go into their listing presentation with that, it's just going to help them out so much more.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. And you said that the number one word that is needed right now is confidence. And the times where I've lost listing appointments, somebody has said, well, we hired this other broker because they were confident in a higher listing price. Now I'm actually using that to my advantage because all 6 of those listings that hire another broker, not a single one sold. 4 of them ended up canceling and 2 ended up renting. So I'm going to say, 2020 is the year of uncertainty and the year of unknown. And we don't know what is going to happen, but what I can say is we will have a confident pricing strategy, and I'm confident that when you list with us, we have the highest chance of getting you the best terms possible. So thank you for the mention of confidence, because that's so important right now.
Absolutely.
And practice. You need to practice these. So I actually practice my listing, either the seller survey or one of those 3 elements of the market review, the motivation, and the listing summary. I practice it for 30 minutes every single day on Friday. So, and that's something I started doing this year. Because too often we practice on our clients. Dio asked, how do you approach when you're cut off, and asks, what's your commission? So it depends on when we're cut off. So a lot of times, if somebody is all about the commission, I'll actually find it during that seller survey at the beginning. And sometimes it depends. We can say, it's a great question. When somebody asks that, what I'm hearing is they want to make sure that they net the most, right? Would you agree that sounds like that's what I'm hearing? Well, when you list with me, and we do that virtual preview, I'm going to show you our strategies on how we can net you the most. Because if somebody asks your commission, if you're looking to get an oil change and you call 3 different companies and say, okay, hey, how much do you charge for an oil change? $49.95. Click, hang up, call the next one. How much do you charge for an oil change? $51.25. Great, click, hang up. How much do you charge for an oil change? Well, what we do is we actually do a 16-point inspection. We do a full rotation of of your filter. We will drain all of your old oil, and we'll do a flush, and we'll put in high performance energy X. And we're going to make sure we'll also do, while your car's up on the rack, we'll do another 21-point inspection. It comes with a 3-month warranty, and for that we charge $55, right? That's the most expensive, but that's the only one who actually established their value. So when somebody says, what do you charge? I'm going to say, well, it's a great question. When you ask that, why is that important? Because if they say, well, I want to know what you do for marketing, or if they want to say, I want to net the most, that may be a different value that I have to quote. And so what I'm going to say is, when you list with us, you'll show that I can show you that our strategies will actually help you sell for more and faster, which is what our track record shows, which usually our service pays for itself. Would you like to see why that is? And yes, I'm available for oil changes. It'll be the best oil change you'll ever get. So I hope that helps, but commission objections are next. So, good luck with that. So thank you everybody for joining in. I believe this has been recorded. So check with the Market Center or with Olivia on getting a link to the recording. And thank you all, and send me that email if you want those documents.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks for investing in your time.
Good afternoon, everyone.
What's up, Joe?
How's everyone feeling today? It is a Friday.
It is, and the sun is shining.
And that's why I want to be on that beach that's in the background there. So, I know some of you are left over from probably the prior session. Dio, are you there, or Tyler? And welcome, Ann, as well. And today we're going to be talking about commissions, the conversations around commissions that we have with our clients. And it's not intended for me to be doing all the talking. It's supposed to be an engagement, what you're running across, scripts that you may have used, things that work for you. I'm covering for Joe Z, who happens to be, where is he? Probably on the 9th hole about now. Must be nice. So, what are some of the questions that you guys are having, or what are you hearing around the conversations around commissions? Are you getting any objections on commissions? Do you know that there are some brokerages that are actually asking for 7% commission and getting it? In Chicago. I'm talking very local now. There are some brokerages out there that intentionally went up to asking for 7% commission with, oh, okay, I'll give you a discount and getting it to 6. Are you aware of any of those? Again, this is supposed to be an open forum, not a one-way conversation. So I'm open for conversations with you guys, objections that you've used when you've encountered someone wanting to discount your commission here.
Joe, I just had somebody that I'm going to be listing 3 properties for them. And so as we were talking, they were saying, well, you know, are you going to give us a break because we're listing 3 properties with you? And I mean, I've never come across that particular situation. So I said, yeah, absolutely, I'll give you a break. But the way I structured it was, I said, the first listing is at full commission, because we have to make sure that we're going to work together. Okay, you guys are happy with me, that as we move forward, we're all in agreement. I said, if after that, the second one will be at 4% and the third one will be at 4%, because they kind of are staggered in our timing.
Okay.
That's how I approached it. I don't know if that was the best way to approach it, but that's what I did.
Okay. Anyone have any comments or suggestions on that? I guess one of the questions I would have for you is, you know, the various price points. What are the price points of the properties? You know, what if you had one for $1 million and one for 300? But okay, we'll do full commission for the 300 and do only.
Right. These all happen to be in the same, they're all within like 300 to 500.
Okay, fair enough. And then why didn't you graduate at 654?
Yeah,
Well,
that's my question.
Yeah, so I actually started it at 6. And I said, we typically charge 6, but because we're already agreeing to do 3 together, we'll do the first one at 5 and then we'll drop to 4 and 4. And they were in agreement on that, and I just kind of left it, but I'm totally open to suggestions.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll just offer some suggestions as well. And anyone else, you can as well. You know, one of the misconceptions agents have is that you have to drop a full point, that it goes from 6 to a 5 to a 4. There's nothing that says it can't be 6, 5 3/4, 5 1/2, 5 1/4, 5, right? Mm-hmm. Oftentimes they're just looking to see what you're willing to do, and they might have been open to say, you know, hey, I'm going to do 6, 5 1/2, and 5. Mm-hmm. Right? Who knows, right? But you took them to your bottom line.
Yes.
right? And what if they challenge you on that bottom line? Then you have no room to give. So, there's going to be different mindsets out here. Some people are going to say, hey, it's okay to reduce your commission. And others are going to be like, I don't want to lose the commission because someone else is going to say they're going to do it for a lower price. I think Ann was going to chime in.
Yeah, I mean, recently I had someone who asked me to reduce my commission, and I said, let's do this. I said, if we're under contract in 30 days, then it's going to be our full commission. And he agreed to that. And I agreed to reduce it if we were on the market longer than 30 days. And sure enough, in 2 weeks, we were under contract. So I did get the full commission.
Awesome. Awesome. Just out of curiosity, Ann, because isn't the longer a property is on the market, the more money you might be putting out in terms of time and effort?
Exactly.
So you would be potentially reducing not only your commission, but also your earnings because you spent more.
Well, and you're ultimately, the longer on the market, the more you may need to reduce the price, and the commission is a percentage of the price. So yes, you're reducing your earning there as well. Absolutely.
Yeah. And again, I'm not suggesting right or wrong. We're just having an open conversation because everyone's going to have their own style and preference. I've heard some people say, well, if you buy with me, then I'll reduce my commission. I've heard that scenario as well. Has anyone had a situation where it was a sell and then turn around and buy, and they said, well, since I'm buying with you as well, ... commission adjustment?
Well, you want to make sure that happens. You have, maybe that includes getting their buyer broker agreement signed at the same time.
Yeah, definitely, Ann. In terms of the buyer broker agreement, I think agents are waiting way too long in the process to get that signed. Even though, if it was taken to a court of law, it probably wouldn't carry much weight. What is your script around the buyer agency agreement? All right, is it one of, this is how I get money, this is how I get paid through the co-op commission, and what if there's a for sale by owner property? I'm going to go after that, but I want to make sure I get paid. So with this buyer broker agreement, this is giving me some comfort that I'm going out and looking for properties on your behalf, ones that may not be on the market, knowing that I still want to get paid. And if it's a for sale by owner, first I'm going to negotiate my commission with the seller. And if they're not willing to do that, then, and other states do this, like New York, oftentimes the buyer agent, and I think that's the trend we're going to see, is the buyer's agent is actually going to have some agreement with their client that they're going to get compensated. It's from somewhere. And if it's not the seller, it's from the buyer. We don't work for free. I don't know many people that work for free. So what are some of the other objections that you've encountered, had success with, and just to have some talking points around how can we do a better job? Again, there was a listing that I was competing against, and without saying who the other brokerage was, that agent said, oh yeah, their commission is 7%. Yours was only 6%. And I'm like, wow, interesting. And then come to find out with further digging, that brokerage, that was their normal commission that they were asking for. And again, maybe it's a ploy for them to go 7 to 6 to say, well, I'm gonna, because of you. But what are some of the other talking points that you can have to say, hey, at 6%, I'm gonna do this. At 5.5%, I'm gonna do this. At 5%, I'm gonna do this. Which product do you want me to deliver for you? Right, Mike Saladino from Lakeview, he has that in his listing presentation script. Aaron, have you sat in on Mike Saladino's listing presentation?
I have. I love the fact that he gives the option. It's like a spreadsheet that shows you what you get for 5%, 5.5%, 6%, 6.5%, 7%. So it's up to the client to kind of decide on how hard they want Mike to work. So I like that.
Yeah. Do you remember some of the specifics of the different, what was included versus 5 versus a 7?
I have that sheet somewhere in this good book of mine, but I know most of them, it revolved around how many open houses, how much marketing, how much, behind the scenes marketing. It really just depended.
Yeah, I think if I recall too, there was some staging.
Yeah.
That he was willing to do as well.
Photos were included at a certain price. They weren't included at a certain price or at a certain percent. I need to find that because it's a good reference.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So Roy, are you starting to hear some things that you could use going forward to not jump from a 6 to a 4, maybe a 6 to a 5.5 to a 5?
Yeah, I never even thought. I always just went to a full point.
Yeah, yeah.
That's dumb.
Right, exactly. And until you hear there's another way, you don't know that there's another way. So that's what we want to bring up here is who else is doing this at a high level of success and getting as much commission as they can.
Well, and the question too is back to the seller, they're asking because either they've been told they can ask for a discount or they think they can. And there's no reason to ask, or there's no reason to keep you from asking what's important about that, or what do you need? Like they need to net a certain amount of money, or they want to net the maximum amount of money. So, I mean, when I always do a net sheet so that they see what they're walking away with. And I mean, if we need to make an adjustment at some point, we do. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't always get the amount I start with, but I always want to start there. And if they don't ask, then that's what it is.
Yeah. And Ann, I'm glad you brought up the net sheet because I think it is our responsibility as realtors to go through a net sheet with our sellers. Because if you don't do that up front, especially in a down market where sellers might be really close to not having enough to pay off their mortgage and all the commission. I've been in the short sale scenario where when we were taking listings, it was like really close. It's like, here's our break even. If we sell for a dime less than this, you're going to have to bring money to the table. How much more money do you need to bring to the table to get this sold and be okay before we look at, if it's a $20,000 loss, they might say, well, now we need to look at a short sale scenario. So, Ann, thanks for bringing that up. Having a net sheet is extremely important, because
and if I can add, I mean, I went to a listing presentation last year. I did the net sheet. I saw that no matter what we sold it for, they were going to have to bring money to the table. I walked in there thinking, this isn't going to happen. This isn't going to happen. Well, when I explained to them, this is how this works. And this is, I asked, how much money can you bring? Can you bring this much to the table? And they said, yeah, I guess we could. I mean, they weren't happy about it, but they were moving. They had to move. And they ended up bringing $15,000 to the table.
Yeah, yeah.
But I couldn't use my judgment on that.
Right. And depending on the relationship you have with people, cover ears, Josie. I do think that there's going to be times where you are going to give up some of your commission to get a deal done, right? No one likes to hear that. They all want to say, stick to your 6 and be willing to walk away. For some people, that's what they do. And for a lot of agents, they go directly to, well, I'll do it for 4. I'll do it for 5 without thinking what that really costs. Have you calculated what that 1% commission reduction actually is in your pocket? Does anyone know at a $300,000 property, if you went from 6% to 5%, how much is that really in your pocket? Has anyone got a calculator?
It's 3,000.
That's 3. So that 1% to them is 3,000 to you. Thank you, Aaron. Okay. So do you have to go 3,000? All I hear is a percentage. What if you said, okay, I'll do 1,000 off of that, 6%, and I'll give you $1,000 back. Right? $1,000, that sounds like a lot. 1% doesn't sound like as much, but it's really 3,000 out of your pocket. Has anyone considered doing that to say, okay, I'll give you 1,000 back? 6% minus 1,000. Right? Who knows if it's going to work or not until you try. Right? So has anyone done it where, and it sounds like Anne, maybe yours was similar to this maybe, but let's say you're trying to get them at a certain price and you think it'll sell in a certain range and you're like, hey, if it goes below this price, then I'll reduce my commission. Especially for those that might be close to their net number.
I did that with some sellers. I put a whole spreadsheet together. And to this day, we didn't even end up selling the property. It was such honestly, a nightmare. But when I look back on that, I feel like I never should have even done that. I never probably worked harder to sell a house than I did this particular house. Mm-hmm. And it almost felt like with everything I tried to do, they just were like, hammer me more, hammer me more. So I think sometimes you teach people how to treat you.
Yeah. And once you give an inch, they want to keep, hey, let's take another inch off.
Right. Give me more, give me more, give me more.
Right. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then they do beat you up over the head.
Well, and what's beautiful about today, like all of these sessions that line up with each other, ultimately with a signed agreement, is you pre-qualify them. What is their motivation? What is important to them about moving and selling? So, if you learn up front that, gosh, they're just not going to listen to anything you have to say, and you learn that just by their conversation or the way they're answering or not answering your questions in the pre-qual, that there's some red flags that start happening right then. So yeah, I can only imagine.
So the other thing I like about the, giving them an a la carte menu to say at 6, I'm going to do this, at 7, I'll do this. Because Mike Salavino has that. He has a 7% cap, and it's got all the bells and whistles and staging and stuff like that. And he said some people will sign that.
Jenny Wallach does that. Rory, I don't know if you're friends with Jenny Wallach on Facebook, Journey with Jenny. In her file section, she's got all that. She's got a menu of services. I think it's, 4 or 5 different tiers of services.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely check that out because honestly, the thought of that makes my head hurt. Because part of me is like, I just do what I do and it works, right? And so it's like that, but it's a very good way to actually present it, I think, to your clients, to be like, listen, it almost shows them your true value. Look at all the things I do.
Right.
The question then would be, would that be a backup rather than like a ready-made a la carte menu, right? Because I think to Rory's point, you have something that works already where you just have a preset commission amount of like 6%, if that was the case. But then if they push back, now you give them that menu of a la carte options where they finally see the value.
100%.
To bring. So I guess timing might also be a factor, right?
Yeah. I think we always have to have backup plans and contingency plans and be ready. If Rory gets 9 out of 10 deals the same way, great. But if she has this one trick up her sleeve, and I shouldn't have called it a trick up her sleeve, but just a different way of approaching a particular client, maybe that 1 time out of 10 is when she pulls it out or when we pull it out. So if what you're doing is working, great, keep on it. And if not, then have room for some changes. And let's say if what you're doing is working and you're always asking only for 5%, what can you do to raise that bar? What could you start out by saying, hey, I normally charge 6%. And for you, I'll do it for 5.5 because you're going to buy with me as well.
Well, and just always asking a question because, how many sellers that we work with are first-time sellers. So it's not like they're used to asking for all these things. They don't know. They may have heard a friend or they may have read something somewhere. Just always ask them what's important to them about that.
And I think we get in our own way. I think
Always.
we have that fear in our head and say, oh, I better just tell them 5. Well, and when they ask you the question, what is your commission? And you're like, 6? It's like, are you sure about that? Because I'm not sure you are sure about that yourself. Okay, 5. It's like, so how sure are you about? There's my first response when people ask what my commission is 6%. And sometimes they're like, okay, let's go. And sometimes they do challenge me. Then you have to have a different conversation. Their motivation. Is this going to be an easy sell, a tough sell? Do they want and need all the bells and whistles? A Matterport tour, virtual tour, open houses. If they're going to be on you like, hey, I need an open house every single week. Hey, my fee for that is 6%. Can we find someone to do an open house for us? Do we have to be the one doing our open house? No, there's agents, especially when we become one. Right now, you still have to do open houses for only listings in your designated market center.
Yep.
Right, so we still have to do that. But once we become one, my understanding is now we're going to open the pool to 400 agents to reach out to say, hey, I'm looking for open house help. Imagine that leverage, that amount of leverage. And then could you tell your seller, yeah, I'll do an open house every single Sunday for you at 6%.
Joe, what would you say? What do you say when you say, yeah, my commission's 6%, and they say, oh, well, I just met with agent B and they only charge 5?
Yeah, good question. Who's got an answer for that? Anyone want to try for that?
Wow, it sure sounds like they just revealed all of their negotiation skills. When they get an offer, I wonder how they're going to protect your money if they're giving their money away so quickly.
Yeah, right. Has there ever been a time in your life when you paid less for something and found out that you got what you paid for?
That's a good one.
Right? Many take it, and I'm reading from,
Old. Those are both old.
Right? The other agent stated they would sell it for less commission. And on the back is the script. Sorry, with the background, it's probably not showing up very well. But that's on there. Right? See, many agents take a lesser commission because they haven't been taught negotiating skills. Right? They've shown you their negotiating skills by giving away their own money. When it comes time to negotiating on your property, aren't they gonna give away your money just as quickly as they gave away their own money? Right? I'm not even reading from the script right now. I just remember from Bold, that's a script. Wouldn't you agree, Ann?
I would. Absolutely.
Is that a tie down?
Yes, it is. Isn't it?
Sure is. Aaron, you've taken Bold. Dio, you've taken Bold.
Well,
are these scripts new to you?
They are new, Joe, because I'm not sure they're teaching that. I don't know. I don't remember hearing it in 2.0 or.
Oh, yeah. In 2.0 it's not. But Dio and Aaron have been here long before.
I actually haven't been able to take Bold, just the day one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They're online October, they're signing up now, only $79.
Yep.
Totally worth it.
So who else has something that they've used or a question that they have? What about those, oh, Redfin only sell it for, or list it for 1%. Right? Has anyone encountered that?
Not personally. Not personally.
Yeah, and I haven't either, but could you use the same script? So it's like, how hard are they going to work for your money when they've already given away most of their money? And do you know that Redfin has not been profitable in years? Now, we shouldn't go down that road unless you truly know whether they're profitable or not.
But honestly, that 1% is their loss leader marketing, because it's not 1%.
Yeah, it
to my understanding, because there's also a buyer agent commission in there that they don't market. So there's a 2.5 at least.
Right.
So.
Right. And you're still having to pay the co-op agent 2.5. Right. Is that what you meant, Alec? And
yes, exactly.
Yeah. And then, if you want extra bells and whistles, then it starts creeping up. So they're doing the menu a la carte backwards. At 1%, the lowest, we're just going to throw it on the MLS.
Right.
At a 2% plus, they don't say the plus 2.5 that they're paying to the co-op. So that 1% is really 3.5. And all of a sudden, oh, you want a virtual tour? You want us to do an open house? Then all of a sudden it goes up.
Well,
so
another way to handle that objection is also, you'll be working, we don't know, you may not know who you're working with. The Redfin business model is you may have one person show it this time, another person the next time, a third person the next time. I mean, they've just got a lot of people with their hands in the transaction. So if you're a single agent, that's another way to counter that, knowing that you'll be taking care of them through the transaction.
Yeah, awesome. So what are some of the differentiators that you can say you do at various price points? Commission points. Could you say at 6 I do a Matterport tour and a virtual tour and I do postcards. Now, if you say you do postcards, you better be doing postcards, right? If you're going to do things on your 6%, you better be doing those. So if you're spending money sending postcards to the neighborhood and you're doing call around to the neighborhood, those are expenses that are tangible. And you can say, okay, well, at 5%, I'm going to cut these 3 things out. As long as you're okay with me cutting those 3 things out, okay, let's do this. All right, what else? Anything else come up to mind on commission? Have any of you sent the listing agreement with the 6% already in, just to see if there's any discussion around that?
I used to do 6 all the time. And probably in the last year, I switched it to 5.
Okay. So let me ask
another question. I would
another
put it in the contract and people would sometimes not say anything.
Yeah. And what if you had 6 in there and they not said anything?
Right. I literally would come back to the office and be like, well, then we just got 6%.
Right.
Not even a discussion point.
How amazing is that?
Yeah.
So another thing too, let's say you're having the conversation with them without having sent them the listing agreement. There's other parts of the listing that you can insert, like the cancellation fee, a marketing fee, right? An upfront type of fee. So if you go to 5%, could you not add in a $4.95 processing fee? And I know other brokerages do that. They have built into their contracts a $4.95, a $3.95 fee that the seller pays. Right? It's not that getting that full 3,000 back though, right? From a 6 to 5 at 300,000, as Aaron pointed out, that's $3,000. But if you add in that MLS transaction processing fee, so if I do less than 6, I'm adding that in. I gotta get something back to cover my out-of-pocket expenses for the Matterport, the virtual tour.
Well, and I haven't, there's a $500 fee if they cancel.
Okay.
And I explained to them, I say, this is only if you cancel, you've decided your life changed, you're not moving, whatever the reason may be. you pay me $500. That doesn't even scratch the surface of the expenses I will have already gone into. But
Right.
we have to have something so that you don't just decide one day you're done.
Right. Agreed. Agreed. So in addition to the cancellation fee, I do have a marketing fee.
Do you charge that every time?
Yes.
Okay. And do people push
The only
back?
time, the only time I don't charge it is if I'm getting 6%.
Okay.
Also have the cancellation fee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The pushback is, what is this? What is this for?
Mm-hmm.
That's the pushback, and I let them know. It's like, well, it's this, 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 and this. I got a transaction fee that I got to pay someone, right? I have a transaction manager, so I do pay that. So if you were working with who does transactions in your various market centers, I don't know all the market centers out there, but you know, if you hired someone to do a transaction, you're probably paying $300 to $400 per transaction, right? So that's an out-of-pocket expense. If you're doing a virtual tour and a Matterport tour, that's a couple $100 right there. If you're doing postcards of just listed to a neighborhood, that's another $100 there too.
So then what if your seller says to you though, I get that, but then what's the commission for?
Well, there's a difference between commissions and marketing fees. One is out-of-pocket expenses that you're covering.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I say. And Dio's putting some things in the chat box here. Possible options I'm hearing so far are, Dio, is this for your what are we calling it? A la carte menu to say at X% we're going to do this, X% we're going to do that?
Yep.
Awesome. So he's just documenting some of our chats here, our conversations. Rory, I haven't had anyone take it beyond that initial question.
I mean, I use just the one fee and I charge, I mean, I ask for the marketing fee up front and I let them know that that would serve as a cancellation fee should that ever happen. And it never has, because I was in a previous role, and I mean, collecting a cancellation from someone is a challenge. They're done. They don't owe you anything. And I mean, can it be collected? Yeah, but it's not worth it. The fees and hassle that might come around that. So collecting that at the listing appointment or at the photos, collect that up front. It covers the photos at least, and a little bit more in my case. And then if there is total pushback, then I'll credit it back at closing if it's that big a issue to them. But then I'm not out that money up front.
Right, and there are times, and it's case by case, where I do ask for that fee up front.
I just do my best to make it a standard so that I don't forget what I'm doing.
Yeah, yeah, and the more consistent you are in your business model, the easier it is for you to sell it. Yeah. Because the more confident you're going to be. It's not like, oh, what am I going to do on this one? The more you practice what you preach, the easier it's going to be for you to sound confident and just to really sell it.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah. How many of you know what your list to sale price ratio is? And do you use that in your commission scripts? Because it's not going to be effective for everyone. If you don't know what your list to sales ratio is, how do you know if that's good or bad, right? Compared to what? Compared to the average, right? So then you need to know what your list price to sale price is and what the average is for Chicago. And there's a script in there about, hey, I sell my listings for 99% of list, where the average is 97% of list. That's 2% better than the average because of my negotiation skills. However you want to phrase that, right? If you go with a discount agent, they might only sell it for 95% of list. We don't know what they're going to sell it for. And for you to want me to discount my commission, that 2 to 3, that 5% percentage swing could be difference of $8,000 to $10,000 or more, depending on price point.
Probably say it in dollars again rather than percentage.
Yes, right. And were you going to add something else? I thought I.
No, I was just going to say there's a graphic. It's not printed anywhere, but it's where you can actually demonstrate those numbers by writing them out as you have the conversation, and show them the dollars, how the dollars are higher for you. The net to them is higher because of your list to sale ratio being better than the average at a higher percentage.
Yep. And that list to sales ratio can change from year to year. So you do have to kind of monitor that. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, and when you're doing short sales, you're not going to have a great list to sales ratio at times. So you do have to monitor that. And you might have to put an asterisk. It's like, hey, mine might show to be a little bit lower, but that's because I'm helping a lot of people in their distress situations. And I'm here to help everyone, not just you, but everyone.
Yep.
Is the list to sell ratio just based on the purchase price, and I guess there's going to be market time there?
No, we don't talk about, well, you can talk about market time, but the list to sales ratio is strictly the list price to what it actually sold for. And you can skew them, you could work the numbers how you want it. Because is it original list price or is it the current list price? Because, many of us might say, all right, we'll try it at this for you, but in 2 weeks, we don't get an offer, we got to come back to where I think it'll sell. Right? So you price it where you think it'll sell, and then you get your offer. To me, I would use that as my list to sale price ratio, not my original list price, because oftentimes that's them wanting to say, can we try it at this number?
Yeah, because I'm just thinking about differentiating it again with what the market or average would be. So it could go, I'm thinking it could go both ways, where it's not just necessarily price, but you could also say that, hey, compared to other agents, my market time's 2 weeks better, something like that.
Yeah. So Dio, I'm glad your market time's 2 weeks quicker than everyone else. However, I don't have a timeline. I don't need it to sell tomorrow. That's usually the response I get when I talk about, most amount of money in the shortest amount of time. The response when I say shortest amount of time is, we're not in that much of a hurry.
Yeah.
And I know they don't really mean it, but they still will say that.
Yeah, I'll let that pass the first time, and then later on we'll revisit it when we realize that upkeep's gonna be.
Because everyone's gonna hear what they want to hear.
Right.
So when you say most amount of money in shortest amount of time, which is a script, then they're saying, well, I want the most amount of money, but it doesn't have to be in 1 day. But you and I know that the longer it sits on the market, the less likelihood they're going to get close to asking price. So that's how you get around that. The longer that it sits on the market, and we can do statistics and analysis to death, but at the end of the day, we want to get the listing sold, right? So you could say, hey, a property that's been on the market 60 plus days, their average list to sale price is 92%. So the longer you're on the market, the lower you're going to get.
Yep.
Okay, I'm Dio. I'm looking at your chat to see if there's anything else. Anyone else see Dio's chat and can, Aaron, I know you were, is he still around? Or did he bounce?
No, he jumped.
He bounced.
He jumped off.
So there's, Mike Saladino, and I'll see if I've got his note somewhere as well. But he's, like I said, he's got an a la carte menu, and he goes from 7 to 6, and I don't think he goes below 6. I've heard him say he does not go below 6. He doesn't find it's worth his time. And he actually calculated it out to say, if I did all my closings at 5 and I do 30 closings times, it's $90,000. So if he does 30 closings and he went from 6 to 5, that's a $90,000 lower commission. So think about it that way, right? If earlier we said every time you go from 6 to 5%, you're giving away $3,000 based on a $300,000 average purchase price. You multiply that by 30 listings, or 30, well, it'd have to be listings, 30 listings. 3 times 30 is $90,000. Think about how much we're giving away of our own money when we go that much. So Rory, if you just went from 6 to 5.5, you've just made $45,000 doing that. Think about that. What can you buy for $40,000? $45,000, right? A new car, right? That's a pretty substantial dollar amount there. And until, did you know it was that much, Rory? I mean,
no, I mean, I think you just look at it just as it's a one-time thing.
Yeah.
You do look at it overall. And I really am trying to get better, because I just had a situation, buyer and seller, we just closed the seller yesterday. I'm sorry, their buy yesterday, and then we're selling as well. And they have beat me up every which way. When we were negotiating their purchase, I gave $1,000 because they were just getting so fed up about this credit negotiation. And I think we should all think about this in a way of, why are our commissions so negotiable? They shouldn't be. Like, I really was getting ready to say to these people, because the wife is a physician, you know, if I came to your office, Dr. Smith, and I asked you to reduce your fee for today by 1%, would you do it? And she would say, absolutely not. I can't, because Loyola won't let me. Right. Well, my brokerage can't let me do that either.
Right.
Like, I kept saying it over and over in my head because I was just waiting for the next request from them.
Yeah.
And I was going to be ready to actually, for probably the first time ever in my career, just get really firm with them and be like, the answer is no.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
Look how brilliant you. I mean, I can see your face. I'm eating. That's why I'm not off camera. But I mean, you said it with confidence.
Yeah.
Because you meant it, and it meant that much to you. And I know how much you give to others, that this is not the giving. This is not the time to be giving to others. Right? This is your professionalism. And to your point about a physician, that's exactly right. They have years of training. So do you. So this is your profession. Yeah.
Right.
And Rory, we're not picking on you at all. But
not at all.
You could say no. Right?
Right.
You could say no, and you could not get the listing and be okay with that.
Yeah. And I think that's, this whole, because I don't know if you guys are like this, but I've never worked so hard as I have in the last 6 months, like to the point of like just nearly killing myself. And it's just made me realize that I want to work with people that see my value. And if you don't see it, then we cannot go into business together. Right. And I think this experience with this particular couple, who have been clients of mine for years, and mind you, the closing we had yesterday was the biggest sale of my life. Great, wonderful. I'm so happy about that. But the process nearly killed me. And so it's just made me realize to be more confident about, listen, I'm no longer reducing my commission. Like, unless we're buying and selling 3 properties like the first scenario I gave, I can totally get on board with that.
Yep.
But I'm not going to give away my commission during a credit negotiation because you feel like the seller owes you another $1,000.
Right. Yeah, for sure. For sure. And you know, I can see you're passionate about this, right? When you're defending yourself, you're passionate. And if I was that buyer or seller on the other side, I'm like, okay, I was just asking a question. It's all good. Just seeing what you're willing to do.
I maybe wouldn't be so harsh.
Why not though?
And Rory, I mean, you said it. You said they've been clients of yours for years. Because I was going to ask, where did they come from? Like, why? Where are they that thinking that they can beat you up like this?
I mean, honestly, I met them at an open house back in 2016. I worked super hard for them when we bought their first house, and it's a great example of if you nurture a relationship, you stay in touch with them, you do your 36 touch. That led to a $1.4 million purchase. Yep. And then now we're going to sell their house for $700,000. So that's nearly $2 million of business, all because I stayed in relationship. But trust me, they've nearly killed me in this process. You know, and my assistant, she goes, well, the good news is you're not going to have to work with them for a really long time.
7 to 10 years.
But I think it has certainly, I would say what I've learned from this, and I think what we should all learn from it is like, know your value. It's easy to get caught up in like the moment, like, oh, I just want this negotiation done. But I now feel like I have the script in my head for when the next person asks me, will you reduce your commission? I'm literally going to use that doctor or that physician example. And I feel like I can do it authoritatively, but kindly, and have a real world example. Just like, this is how I feed my children.
And the first answer is no.
Right.
Right.
Full sentence, right? No.
You are a professional, just like the doctor is a professional, and they're not discounting their rates just because you asked.
That's where I wish we as realtors, like as a whole profession, I mean, not that this will ever happen, but if we all came to terms with the fact that we shouldn't be discounting, because that's where when I asked you the question, Joe, about, well, what do you say if they say agent B said they'll do it for 4.5?
Right.
Then you're right. You just you say your piece and walk away, and you can either go into business with me or you can go into business with them.
Yep. Exactly. Has anyone heard anyone say, I'll give you a half percentage back if by the end of closing you refer me another client?
So Joel just did that. Joel just shared that's how he handles things like that. If he gets 3 referrals throughout the process, he'll reduce the commission. Now, I don't think he talked about by how much, because clearly you don't have to say that, but showing the value or the trade-off. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
Yeah.
I thought that was so brilliant. Like,
agreed.
I literally never thought about that. And what a great way to get more business in, like, nearly instantly, instead of calling them and staying in touch and hoping that one time they'll throw you a referral.
Correct.
Right. So Ann, I didn't listen to Joel's, what was that, the prior hour?
He did his listing presentation. So he walked through how he's doing them digitally, which they demonstrated in Bold Pivot, and he's actually doing it with, it's brilliant. And, you know, I don't think he goes in person to do a listing appointment anymore. And my coach is, you know, how can you do that? Well, we'll see. But that's exactly how he talked, as he's talking through the presentation. The commission objection very likely is one that may come up, and then that's just how he addresses it. It's sort of a no. I mean, you know, and to Rory's point, we may not be able to be in business together. You just have to be confident about that.
So I think that's a great ask, and it could be a way to get the, hey, you know, if by time closing I have 3
referrals
I don't know, referrals. Now, what if the referral? So the chatter in your head's gonna be, what if the referrals don't close? What if they just have 3 of their friends call just for the sake of getting the reduction? Did he go into that at all?
No.
You care?
He didn't go into any of that.
So I would think if you go into that, it's like, here's how you refer me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Rory, meet Ann. She's going to be looking for a place to buy pretty soon, and you're putting that in an email together. Ann, meet Rory. Rory, meet Ann. And,
Oh, yeah.
Joe's helping me sell my place. I think he can help you buy a place as well, right? That, in my opinion, would be a way to do an exchange of, because now you have Ann's information, email, you can follow up with her. If Ann never buys, you want to reward the action, not the results. So don't wait for that closing to take place with the other person. You want to reward the action. As soon as someone sends you a referral, that's when you reward that person.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So, I like the idea, send me 3 people and I'll reduce my commission for you, right? You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Could you do that on a buy side? Hey, while we're working with each other, I can give you a credit back at closing if you refer me some of your friends. Could you do it on the buy side?
Sure.
Yes. Right? Thinking outside the box. Right? Some of us just heard what they were doing on the listing presentation. Could you do the exact same thing in the buying presentation? To say, hey, while I'm showing you properties, you're going to be talking about houses you've seen, condos you've seen, how the process is going. During that time, people might be asking you about it and say, hey, you want me to put you in touch with my agent, Joe Green? He's awesome.
Exactly.
Isn't that the best time to have conversations about referrals while you're in the transaction? A lot of people wait till after the closing. It's like, okay, now that we're done, do you have anyone else? It's like that, do you have anyone else should be a part of your conversation throughout the process.
Every single time, yep.
Every single time. So could you say, hey, and I don't know, is there a compliance officer on here at all? Because you're not supposed to say, I'm gonna give you money for a referral. Can you say that, Ann? Do you know? There's certain ways you can and cannot say.
You can. Yeah.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't say, I'm gonna give you $500 for every referral.
No.
You can't do that.
You really can't do that.
Maybe I should take that ethics class again.
Yeah, exactly. Did you not?
Yeah, what, 3 days? Oh,
yeah.
In case you haven't, you have 4 days to complete your continuing ed.
3 business days.
3 business days.
I think, yeah.
If you haven't completed it, go to CAR website and get it done. You can do it online. It's easy. All right, any other tips, last minute tips? Because I think we've run out of ideas now, but think about it on the listing presentation. On the buy side, just we'll have to come up with some verbiage on the buyer side, because you can't say, I'll give you $500 reduction.
I don't even know that you need to talk about it. You just, that would be, when someone says, hey, how can I thank you? And it's like, oh my gosh, who else can I help?
Yeah.
I mean, for a buyer, I think it's even more simple.
Yeah, agreed. You don't have to put a number on there. All right, that's all I have. I appreciate your insight, and I'm glad it wasn't just me talking, because who wants to hear me talk all the time? Not me.
Well,
Thank you for doing this.
Thanks for stepping in, yeah.
Yep, Josie's on the golf course, so I stepped in.
He's raising money for Shriners Hospital, come on.
All right, thanks, Theo, for putting your stuff in the chat room, Rory and Ann.
Yep,
and
thanks,
Aaron.
Bye, guys.
Thanks. Have a great weekend.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi guys, how's it going today? All right, we're gonna give everyone just a few minutes to trickle in and then we'll get started. Hey Darla, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. We're just gonna give everyone just a few.
Okay.
It trickles in, so I'm gonna give another minute and then we'll get going. How's your co-op going, Darla?
My what?
Your co-op that you're working on.
Oh my, well, it seems to be going okay. I just have to, the lender is dragging their feet and I don't know why, because it's like for no money, it's like 100,000.
Gotcha.
So we're just waiting for that because that has to go to the co-op and then the co-op will then present her application to the management to see if she's okay to live in this place.
Gotcha. Yeah, quite a process there.
Have you done one?
No, I have not. It hasn't worked out for any of my clients, but from what I understand, it's pretty cumbersome.
Yeah, it's the strangest. It's very strange. So we'll see. When I was doing this one originally, somebody said, "Oh, well, that's under contract." And I said, "Well, how do you know that? It looks like it's active to me." And she said, "Well, a friend of mine said it was under contract." And I said, where'd she find that? And she said, on Zillow.
Oh, gosh.
And I'm like, well, I see on the MLS that it's active. So as it turns out, that had gone under contract, but was rejected by the management, by the board.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So I don't know why. I think maybe they wanted to rent or something. And, you know, there's restrictions on rentals in there. Big
Gotcha. Gotcha. Oh, you'll get it done, Mom. All right.
Yeah.
Should we get started on our listing marketing? Perfect. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to just stop me, interrupt. I'm not sure that I have chat box viewing while I share my screen, but I do have James kind of monitoring. So if you guys pop anything in there, I'll see it for sure. So that said, I'm going to share my screen and it's a small group, so feel free to interact with me today. All right. Can you guys see that okay?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna move this. Okay, cool. So we're just gonna talk about listing marketing today. And you know, you've already gotten the listing, you've rocked out your listing agreement and your listing presentation. So now you've got the listing. What do we do? How do we get this thing sold? So that's what we're gonna go into today. I'm going to show you kind of what I do and just give you some general tips and what I find works, what doesn't. And then of course, if you guys have any questions or, you know, want to dive deeper into anything, please just let me know. All right, so first and foremost, once you have your listing, it's best to develop a marketing plan. Now, I would suggest that you do this, you know, just get a standard marketing plan that when you get a listing, this is what your marketing plan will be. So that way you're not having to reinvent the wheel every single time you get a listing. So we're going to create a standard marketing plan, and some factors to consider are, what platforms do you want to use? Are you going to use social media, direct mail? Are you going to reach out to your sphere and call them? Are you going to call other agents? So just some fun things to think about and where you want your exposure to be. Something to note, it is important to get that approval from your clients to do post it on social media. I've had a couple that are not into the social media thing for, one personal reason or another. So just make sure you're getting that approval before blasting everything out on social media. Once you figured out kind of where your platforms that you want to use are, what's going to be your medium? What are you going to use to deliver that message of your listing and all of your marketing information? So it could be a postcard, it could be a handwritten note, it could be a Facebook ad, it could just simply be an ad that you create in the command designs area for your listing, anything that you can think of. It could be a door hanger if you're going to do some circle prospecting with door knocking, maybe not right now in this climate, but for future. So just kind of be cognizant of, what you're going to use. In that plan, we also want to talk about budget. Super important. And another thing I always like to remind people of is you want to include your postage in anything you do, because if you're working on a postcard and we get a quote for 50 cents a piece, awesome, but you're going to need to double that budget with your postage. So just be cognizant of that. There's so many free ways that you can market your listings, yet it is something to be said about dropping that handwritten note or the just sold or coming soon or just listed postcard to really get your face out there and to get your brand out there. And then the other thing, I'm really big on time blocking. James knows this. And so once you guys get your plan and you've got your listing ready to go, I would suggest sit down and time block your plan. So if you know your listing is going live on October 1, you might time block October 1 to blitz your marketing. So that may mean making your sphere calls. That may mean your social media post is ready to go before October 1. It may mean you're going to start a little like story video to kind of get some excitement going. You could also set in your calendar that you're going to work on circle prospecting on October 1. So just really making sure that you have enough time allocated to really put the marketing effort in. Any questions on that? Okay. So some key milestones. So the cool thing about having a listing is there's so many different times that you're able to reach out and just let people know, hey, I've got this listing. It's an awesome opportunity for marketing and for promotion and just another way to brand yourself. So here's the key milestones I came up with. This is what we do as far as all of our marketing is concerned. This is not a catch-all. So if you have other options, or if you think of something really cool, if you're doing a broker's open, or maybe you're doing in the before the pandemic, like trick-or-treating, like that might be something you could kind of tie in, but just be creative with what your milestones are. Here's ours: coming soon, just listed, having an open house. A fun feature, so a couple weeks back I have a listing and it has this like gorgeous patio with these French doors, and I just did a little video blurb on the French doors and how you could entertain and all this, and you're just really painting that picture for people in your marketing so that your customer is seeing, wow, I could really see myself living there. I could totally see myself hosting like a wine night or something. Price improvements, that's huge. Under contract, always. Closing day and just sold. So you may think these are kind of the same, and honestly, they kind of are. So for example, today I posted I have a closing. So I'm posting closing day today on social media. I'll only do this one on social media. And then my just sold, I'm probably going to post that sometime next week. So the cool thing about that is, you're getting that like more exposure and people are seeing your activity on social media. So you're establishing your credibility as not only a broker, but as a brand. And then finally, we always want to ask for a testimonial or a review. The coolest thing, I haven't gotten any of these yet, it's on my to-do list for Q1 of next year, are some video testimonies from your clients. Like, how cool would it be if you had them just snap a quick selfie video on their experience working with you, and you could post that on Facebook or Instagram, or even embed it into one of your marketing emails? That would be super cool. For now, if they do just post a review on Facebook or Google or wherever you're getting your reviews, just simply share it. A lot of people you'll see will do like Testimonial Tuesday on their social media. So pretty cool. Anything on this? Okay. Here's some examples of what we do on our team as far as, and it kind of, if you start in the top left, it goes from your open houses. I will generally do a separate open house post for each one. And then on the weekend when we're having an open house, I'll hit it again with all the options. Under contract price improvements, you'll see like the consistency throughout. That's just my marketing thing. In a past life, I did a lot of marketing. So, but you know, you're gonna wanna establish your brand and your look and feel, and just something that when the customer sees that sort of template, they know who it is because they're familiar with it. Here's some just posts on Facebook that I'll make. The other cool thing I will do for listings in Facebook is I'll put them into Facebook Marketplace. That's what this one is right here, this centered one. And then you just share that, and it's pretty cool. I've actually gotten quite a bit of different leads and different inbounds from posting it on Facebook Marketplace. So that's a pretty cool option. Here's the closing day one I was just talking about. And then active listings. So here's a mix of like some for sale and for rent, but every so often, maybe, you know, I haven't had a new listing in a while, but I still have some listings. I will go ahead and post something like this so people can kind of refresh and see what we've got going on. And it again, just builds your brand up. Okay, so social media. So now we're going to kind of get into different ways to promote it and what you might want to do on those places. So for social media, I'm posting all of those milestone posts. And then for a new listing, when I just do a just listed, I will do a sponsored or a boosted post on social media. I'm generally doing about a week of that boosted post. And it's about, I usually spend about $50 on it for my ad spend. And that's going to, you know, you can target you can drill it down a little bit on Facebook, not a ton just due to fair housing, but I can target my radius, like my mileage radius from city center, demographic, like as far as like, you know, I don't want to target 12-year-olds. I want to target someone that's like 18 to, you know, wherever. And it'll just kind of put your post in front of there, which is really great. We have gotten a lot of web traffic on that. So for those posts, my goal is to get them to my website. Sometimes there's two schools of thought, right? So if you do a sponsored post or a boosted post, you may want to get that lead grab right there. However, I have found that those tend, for me at least, tend to be more of your, just like I was just looking on Facebook, just scrolling and wanted to see what this was about, versus if I get them to my website and they fill out that form or they click on that home valuation, they're already taking an action step. So I already know that they're kind of, you know, a little bit more serious than maybe someone just scrolling at 11 p.m. The next thing we can do are videos and stories. So on Facebook, on Instagram, even YouTube. YouTube is like the #2 search engine, obviously behind Google. And for these stories and videos, I'm posting picture days just to kind of generate some buzz. I'm posting open houses. Lately, I've been doing walkthroughs on my open houses, especially given COVID, just getting people an opportunity to see inside a place they may have not felt comfortable to go to. I will also do some video and stories for showings. So say one of my properties has like a super cool sunset view. So if I ever get a showing that's at sunset, I'll just like snap a video and just, you know, make a comment that we're having some activity on the property. It generates buzz and people want what they think they can't have. So, you know, you generate some excitement that way. Finally, like I said earlier, the unique features showcases. So Darla, I know you've had some crazy, beautiful properties recently. So definitely like focus on some of those unique features that we may not see in other places. Like your timber loft that you have, I think it's on Clybourne maybe, like that's just a beautiful place. I would totally be focusing on like those huge ceilings and the lofted style vibe. You know, anything else that's really cool. Does it have a cool view? Is the bathroom, you know, heated floors and all this fun stuff. Like totally focus on that. I'm also going to do a video on my inspection day, just a quick little blurb just to, you know, promote that activity again. Final walkthrough, and then your reviews and testimonies again on social media, huge. So your sphere. All right, there we go. I was moving our pictures around because it's hard to see. So this is the perfect reason to reach out to your sphere. You just got a listing that's amazing and you're so excited about it and you want to let everyone know. So the best thing you can do is reach out to that sphere. Even better if you check in with your sphere and say you've got some people that are living, you know, in a couple blocks of that property, give them a call and say, hey, James, I just listed this property on State Street. You know, I know you live in the area. Do you know anyone that's trying to make a move, or do you have any friends that you'd like to, you know, live closer to that you could shoot this out to? It's amazing. You could also just, you know, let your sphere know that you're active. That'll spark their interest if they see like, oh, Darla has a new listing. Huh, I think my friend was looking for a realtor. I'm going to send them Darla's info. So just keeping top of mind with activity. So you could shoot an e-blast when appropriate. The CRM that we use has like a little bottom portion where we have the showcase properties. So every email that we send out on our 36 touch has all of our listings at all times on the bottom. And then I always invite my sphere to share my listings, always. Again, on social media, make sure you're making those public posts so that way people can share them. And when you are sharing your listing, make sure that you're giving your website. We don't want to give, never want to give another brokerage's website, but even, you know, Zillow or Trulia, just get them to your website because that's going to give them some activity and some engagement and a chance for you to follow up with them if you're capturing their data. And then when you sell it, tell your sphere. It's the best sort of thing that you can do to possibly pick up a new seller and establish yourself. More ways to market. This one's a little bit longer, sorry about that. So building signage. So another way to market your listing is, you know, our signages, our for sale sign. You'll want to check with the association, of course, to make sure that that is permitted. A lot of the buildings downtown don't allow signage, no problem, but just check on that. You can post with coming soon, for sale, pending, and just sold. So lots of opportunities to share kind of the excitement and where you are at in the process. And it also, you know, you never know, you might get a sign call here and there. Circle prospecting. So really reaching out, if it's in a building, maybe letting everyone in the building kind of know. Or if it's in a block or even a radius, sometimes small radius, letting people know that you've got this amazing new listing. Are they looking to move? Do they know anyone that's looking to live in that area? Especially in some areas where the inventory isn't so high, you may consider letting people know in that little small area that you've got a hot new listing and, you know, it's not going to last long because there's not a lot of things like it. So that would be your circle prospecting. Your reverse prospecting would be on the MLS. So you're reaching out to other brokers that have listing matches with their clients set up. We do this for every single listing, and we'll do like the first round, and that's like the longest round, to be honest. We'll do that within the first 24 hours of going live. And then I have it time blocked every single morning. We are checking on our listings for new reverse prospecting, and we're just shooting that canned email or making a phone call or a text, whatever seems to be working the best at that time for each and every listing. So we talked about your sphere already, but just reaching out, making sure you're taking advantage of that cultivated sphere. And then this was a cool one that I did a while back, and it really worked. And it was pre-COVID, so when we could have more of a larger scale open house. But I didn't invite for my open house, and it was for a building. It was in Lincoln Park. It had like 120 units in it. And I sent like an invitation out inviting everyone to this open house that I was having. And I hand wrote out the envelopes. It wasn't the most fun project in the world, but the open rate is higher because it looks like it's a personalized note. And I sent that to all the building residents and the neighborhood block. And the other cool thing I did was I invited them to a little bit of an exclusive sort of event. So I hosted the open house for 3 hours that day. In the first hour, I said, if you are in the building, here's your private invitation. We're hosting an open house. Come get an exclusive peek before everyone else. And they all came through, and it was pretty cool. Just sold postcards. Those work, you know, just again, establishing that branding and that, you know, backing that you guys are actually, you know, active and moving the market and like all that fun stuff. And then again, something unique, you want to tell people about it. So we just, oh, do I see a question come up? Let's see here. Will you be able to send it? Of course, absolutely. I just figured out how to check the chat while I'm screen sharing. This is pretty cool. Okay, so something unique. The cool thing that, like, for example, we just are actually closing on this place today. We got a building BA approved. So what an awesome idea. Actually, I was chatting with Mary Lusk and she's like, well, you should tell everyone that you got the building BA approved. And I was like, yeah, I should. So we did. And it's just a cool way. Again, it's all about your marketing and it's all about the services you can provide that are adding value to not only the client that you're representing on your listing, but all those future clients and why they will want to work with you. Some other cool things, if you guys, you know, get it under contract in record time, like under contract in 24 hours, you should totally like recognize that about yourself. Sold over list price, again, totally go over that. Let's see here. And then just some quick tips. Make a template library. So I have all of those templates that you saw on an earlier slide ready to go. So basically, whenever I get a new listing, what we do is we drag and drop different photos that we might be taking into all those templates. I'm doing it, you know, right away at the very beginning. If one doesn't close, it took me 30 seconds that I wasted, but it's already in its folder. It's in its social media folder. It's ready to go. So I'm not having to go, you know, every single day or every single milestone and create that sort of, you know, post or whatever that may be. And then the other thing I will do is just, you'll want to keep like kind of the same template. So that way you're not having to reinvent every single time. Last thing, stay on brand. So yes, you want to have some, you know, differences in your posting and in like your content just to keep people engaged. Yet you want it to be, your brand to be recognized and just kind of starts getting some brand recognition through that. Keep compliant, of course, I have to mention that. So as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, I've got my logo and then I've got Keller Williams. They do need to be the same size, or KW needs to be larger at this time. And you also need to include that each office is independently owned and operated. They are, if you don't know where those logos are, just shoot me a note and I will absolutely help you find them. Big tip, I mean, as with everything, time block to keep on track. So that's so important. Even with this little social media stuff, it really makes a big difference. And it's a check and balance in your head, so you don't have to remember a million other things plus your social media posting or to get your postcards out, whatever you're going to do. And then last but certainly not least, if you guys get any traction or engagement from social media, or if someone reaches out to you from a postcard or calls you from a sign, what does your follow-up plan look like for that? I would recommend having a follow-up plan for that. So maybe that's, you know, I'm going to give them a call and a text, an email. What does that sort of look like? So that way, once you have that inbound lead, you can treat it the same way and pop it onto your funnels or whatever sort of follow-up that you're using. So super important to follow up on that. That's all I got for you in terms of slides. Let's see here. I will open it up. If there's any questions, feel free to pop in. Anything? Okay, well, I'll hang out here. I don't have anything more. I know I threw a lot at you guys. What do I use for templates? Oh, yes, I do use Canva. Sorry. I do. There's an option in Command Designs as well. And I think Radar Designs is able to kind of help you guys with that if that's something you're, wanting to leverage out. Otherwise, I'm always happy to hop on a Zoom or a call and help out with templates or branding. That's like a passion project of mine. So totally happy to help. Totally. Thanks, Tyler. Snapseed is nice too. I don't know about Snapseed. I'm going to have to Google that. I'm going to write it down now. Very cool. All right. Well, I have no more content. I'm happy to, brainstorm or mastermind or anything. If you guys want to open this up a little bit, I'll stay on. And otherwise, it was good to see you guys. What is my Instagram handle? PWM Group. I'll type it in the chat. Sure thing. Totally. Yes, Quinn, my Instagram is pretty much like that second slide on there, but absolutely pop on there. And if you want to ever, have a one-off, I'm happy to do it. All right. You guys are free to hop off. Like I said, I'll stay on here until everyone exit, just in case anyone wants to have any questions.
Hey, Paige, I'd love to set up something with you. So
yeah.
I'll get back to you because just to kind of get my templates flowing.
Totally, let's do it.
But yeah.
Yeah, why don't you shoot me an email?
Okay.
With a couple times that work, and we can either do in the office or we can do a Zoom, whatever you want to do.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Cool. Anyone else? Thanks, Dio. Thanks, Shauna. Dio, anything from you? Oh, followed you. I will follow you back.
Thanks.
You got it. Any questions, or are you all set?
I'm all set. Just having snack.
Sounds good. Well, I will pop off. It was, as always, a pleasure, and hopefully I'll see you soon.
All right. Thanks, Paige.
You got it. Talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. This is Tanya. Can you hear me?
Yeah, all good.
Oh, you're there. Okay. I was unaware if I was actually had the powers to host this meeting or if someone was going to kick it off first, because it says that the Lincoln Park Market Center is the host. But it looks like we're good. All right. And none of you have your cameras on, so I feel like I'm just talking to a computer screen. I share my screen. Are you at a place where you can see it, or do you just want to have a sort of a voice call? Hi.
Oh,
How are you? I'm Tanya.
good. Saulus, my name.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Let's see who else we have here. Shauna, Tyler, Danielle, are you guys all able to join us, or do you just want to listen?
I'll just be listening in. My fiance's in the background running around the place.
Yeah, those fiancés, they can be very noisy, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, I say we just get started. I did not get an official format to this meeting, so I'm going to sort of take you through a journey. I guess my first question to all of you is what is your experience level? I want to speak to that, like if we need to start from the beginning or if you all have experience and just want to kind of dive deeper that way. Can you let me know so I am teaching correctly?
My experience is just life experience. I don't have a real estate experience.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
What about you, Tyler?
So I've been doing real estate for 5 years.
Okay.
Was on a team for the first 4 years where I helped out a lot with sellers. Did some negotiating, but mostly was a showing assistant. And now after my first year on my own, just need to focus on listings since I've been mainly working with buyers this entire time.
Okay. All right, Shauna, I saw your answer. Whose team were you on, Tyler?
My Chicago resource.
Okay.
In Lincoln Park office with Joel Holland and Pete Krasnowski.
Okay, perfect. And then we have Danielle. I don't know if you can let us know.
Hi, so I've been mostly working with renters, but I actually had my first listing presentation today. So it's kind of ironic that today is the HIIT class for it.
Perfect. Well, congratulations. Did you get the listing?
So we just mainly just did the beginning and discussion, and I guess, important was, what could we sell her house for? So I just brought over and showed her a bunch of comps around her area. So it was more like a worrisome, like, oh, should we list, in October? So I guess, questions, and I've gotten to the part where it's negotiation part. So I wish I had the whole entire class of today, all the classes today, but.
So I'm curious to know what you told that seller. What was your advice to her or to them?
I knew you were going to ask me that. So it was more like a starter home. So 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. So I did tell her that we didn't have to list it in the market for the whole entire winter if she didn't want to. So I told her the most important part is the first 30 days. And if she, I told her about being overpriced. If nobody came through and walked through. But I said, you never know, a buyer could come in just like them. So when they initially moved into their house, they moved in with their twins. And I said, maybe it's someone like you that's going to walk in that doesn't need the start of a school year and then will just walk in the same as you. I said, the buyer, it depends on what buyers come in. It could be like a couple that comes in that just wants to buy this little small starter home. So.
Well, I think that's great advice because it really only takes one, right?
Right.
It really just takes one. I always say, like, my rule of thumb is I never miss a showing, no matter how I have to get it done, whether I have to get keys, whether I have to get it covered, or whether I have to put it on lockbox, or have the seller leave the door open. My rule of thumb is just never to miss a showing because it could be the one. And like it actually totally upsets me if I do have to miss it. But that is a really good piece of advice. And you're right, the first actually 2 weeks, not even the first month, although these days it's probably closer to a month with the way things are. But it is absolutely, you're going to know if you're spot on in pricing, what the demand is like, and everything within that first 2 to 4 weeks. And then for the holidays, you can easily turn it off and either just temp it or take it off altogether and relist after the holidays. It will also depend on, did you get the motivation for the reasoning for selling?
You know, I asked her I said, if we sell your house tomorrow, what would you do? And they would just move in with family. So, so she has that leeway, which is great.
However, if you brought her an offer that was like considerably lower than what they wanted, how motivated would they be?
Well, she gave me a price, which was actually awesome. She's like, I feel like, I mean, my own family, my parents, my sister, like everybody wants to move. And the expectations of a seller, I feel like they want more. And the big part of it is if they rehabbed it a lot, you know, they expect to get all that money back. And you don't, you really absolutely don't. I mean, my sister put a pool in, they spent $70,000 on their backyard this summer. And I'm like, you are not getting that money back. You're not.
Why
Yeah. So I guess with her, I mean, they do have 3 kids. So now there's the twins and the other daughter. So they want their forever home. So they told me they're going to take the time to look for it in the northern suburbs.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess my question to all of you, because there's so many nuggets that we're going to be able to take away just from sharing experiences. I like to tell you about my background. I've actually been in the business for 18 years. I have been a single agent. I have had a team several times. I've been on a team and worked in like really hot markets and worked in markets where there's a recession. I've worked north side, west side, south side, buyers, sellers, investors, new construction. So I pretty much have like a good tool belt to work with just from being in the business so many years. I think probably the biggest distinction between a buyer and a seller is that there's a standing joke that I become friends with all my clients, and it's typically always the buyer clients because it's fun. You're doing something exciting. Money isn't stressful usually. You're with them for hours and hours, and it's like a happy occasion that they're buying a home, right? On the sell side, it is business. People are in the business of moving and getting the most money out of it in the least amount of time. And it's not super friendly all the time. I mean, sometimes it can when you get like multiple offers and you get them way above what they thought they were going to get, and you have the most perfect buyer and nothing goes wrong. You could probably walk away making friends with your seller and you know, keeping in touch as a friendly basis. But most of the time, I look at selling as a business transaction. Because if you think about the motivations why people sell, it's, you know, either a life change, a family's growing, it's a job change, you know, it's a divorce, a death. There's like lots of reasons that force people to sell. And most of the time it's one of those that makes you do it, not always because you want to do it. And then you go down the path of deciding to actually sell, and then what's the outcome going to be? And there's just so many variables. It depends on, you know, local market conditions. Obviously depends on what's going on in the world, and depends on condition, depends on location. But you guys probably all know all of this. But I think the distinction and why I chose to do this class was just because there is a huge difference in working with buyers and sellers. It's funny because I have taken the KPA, and my strongest job fit is a buyer's agent. And as much as I love to work with buyers, it is just not efficient. And you cannot cover as much ground, nearly as much ground, as if you were to take listings. Because listings, you do all the upfront work, You do some open houses, you do some showings, but you can do them when they work for you, and you're not having to take a whole entire day or a whole weekend, or God forbid, several weekends before you actually sell something. So the reason why this company teaches you about listings and the leverage that it gives you is not only because you can cover more ground and do more, which then leads you to the leverage piece of it, but you also get leads. You know, you take on so many leads from open houses, from marketing, from your signs in the street, just from being able to do campaigns on command. I mean, there are just so many advantages. So I sort of force myself to, you know, to make sure that I have a good balance of listings and buyers. And right now I'm actually thankful that I've closed 4 buyers this month, and I just took 3 new listings. So now it's like a cycle too, right? So I'm going to take these listings and I'm going to work them until they close. I'm going to work them. When I had a team, I used to play a little game where it's like, how many leads can you get from this one listing? And the goal was always to get 4 new clients, whether it is a listing in the neighborhood because you're doing such a great job on that listing that you have, or it's picking up buyers through your open houses or Facebook leads. But at the end of the day, the goal would be to take 4 new clients from one listing. So it's a fun game if you want to try and set your sights on that as well.
But don't you feel sometimes like open houses are just nosy neighbors?
Absolutely. You don't. I flat out tell my sellers, you're not going to sell it off an open house.
Right.
You're not. The only reason why you do open houses is so that you can have the online exposure and that you have a way to push out the information. It is not because someone's going to walk in and be like, oh my God, I didn't know about this. And I just saw your open house sign. And because you want pre-approved, you know, buyers to come through. I'm going to do an open house tomorrow on a listing I'm not going to list until Monday. So I put it on the private network just to come up with some urgency and some excitement. Buyers love to get into new listings before they go live in the market. I've been very successful that way. The only problem is then you don't have the time and the ability to leverage it out to get those other leads, right? Like if you sell it ahead of time, if I sell it this weekend, that's it. I'm not having open houses. I'm not doing showings. I'm not able to post it all over social media to get those other, you know, 3 or 4 leads that I like to get. But I have a very happy seller. And then on the flip side of that, you hope to get referrals from your seller because you did such a great job. So I think the first thing that I want to point out is that when you book your listing appointments and you show up, Joe Zimmerman actually taught me this because I was on his team, MKT, for a year. Actually, it was more than a year, a couple years. A year at KW and a couple years before that at Properties. And when I was working with him to be the listing specialist on the team, we would go together. And the first thing he would do when he sat down was just look at you have some small talk. You can take a look around. The first thing you do when you sit down is you ask the seller, like, what is your perfect real estate transaction look like? Sometimes they look at you like you're 4 heads because they don't even know. They're like, maybe have never sold before. So they don't really know what to expect. But those who are at all familiar will tell you flat out what's important to them. Whether it's like, just get me my place sold for my number. Or, I worked with a realtor that had little to no communication. I want you to tell me what's going on every day or once a week, or, I just want some. Right now, a seller might say, I just want you to protect my house and make sure that you don't, bring germs into it. And I have kids, or if someone's sick, and I just really need you to be conscientious about that. So you never know what's important to someone until you ask, and just asking that question in the way that you feel most comfortable is going to already establish that you care. And the saying is like, people don't care what you have to say until they know that you care. And so you have to establish that right out of the gate, even though it's basically a business deal that people want to sell. You still have to establish that rapport the fact that you care, before you get into all the meat of your listing agreement. So how do you guys start your listing presentations when you go in? Like, what's the first thing that you do? I know we're trained very well at this company to do a certain thing. I'm curious to know what you do individually. Anyone want to go?
So I've never done a listing presentation. So
have you been with anyone that's done listing presentations?
a long time ago, yeah, Joel Holland.
Okay.
Which he just taught his class on that.
And what is his style, or what did you take away from it that might work for you?
Trying to make it concise, which is probably pretty difficult to do, but he really focuses on the motivation, on the big why. Yeah, and he dives deep into the why.
Yeah, because if you don't have the motivation, I think it was Danielle, right? Like, that's why I asked that question. You can't, when you bring them an offer that's lower than you know they're going to take it, if you don't wrap that up and combine it with the motivation, you'll never get to the end goal. You always have to keep, and you have to know that up front, you know, whether it's like, what would it look like if your kids were not in school next fall, and you were still in this house? Or what would it look like if you weren't near your parents that are going into a retirement home to, you know, visit them frequently? Or, you know, what if you couldn't start your new job on the date that they want you there? So you just always have to find their motivation. That's a very, very important piece of your listing presentation. And that I think is before you get into anything. Question for all of you. So there are varying styles of how to go about this. Like, some people do it in 2 steps. Some people do, you know, nowadays you can do everything on Zoom and do a pre-qualification and fill out your if you don't have it already, we can share it. But there's like a questionnaire that you can fill out to get all of this information, like what is their motivation? What is their timeline? What's their bottom line? Some people won't tell you, but you always got to try and find out what it is, what's important to them. And so that way, when you get to talking about the market and what their place is worth, you already have all of that other good stuff in your tool belt before you start talking numbers, before you start talking commissions. And this class was called Negotiations with Sellers, and I feel like there's like 2 parts of it. One is to get the listings. Your negotiations are about your ability to market and sell. And then once you get the listing, you have to negotiate with them when you get the offers. And so is there one over the other that you guys would rather talk about today? Both. Both. Yeah, like I said, they didn't give me like a formal outline, so I am putting myself in your shoes, thinking about like what I would love to learn about, maybe as a new agent just starting to go on listing appointments. I have found that, because I do some luxury and I'm part of KW Luxury, you know, it's all relative. I feel like I could kill any listing presentation I go into, but I get a little in my head about going to do the luxury because I don't think I have all my marketing materials up to snuff, you know, like I feel like they could be better. So I think the very first thing you have to do is make sure you have all your marketing materials correct and like the way you want it to look, and you're ready and prepared. The second thing is that the scripts that you practice and that you're given in this company will make you confident, so that when you go in front of a seller, you can overcome any objection that you get. And we could go through any of those today if you want to. But if you were going to start anywhere, those would be the first 2 things, just so that when the phone comes in and someone says, hey, I would like to talk to you. I heard you're in real estate. Do you think you'd come talk to me about listing my house? And now you're ready. You have your folder, or your stuff online, however you do it, and you have all the skills and all the the language to go in and do that. And whether you're new or not new, you can talk the talk because you practiced and you know what to say. And that's probably the other major thing. Like right now during COVID, if you haven't done any listing presentations, we have so many resources for you to practice. You can get a script partner. Melissa runs the productivity coach. Are any of you in that program? Yeah, awesome. So Melissa's my old business partner. So she and I used to be on Joe's team. We broke away, we had a team. And then she started to do more leadership and I wanted to just sell. So now we're separate, but you will learn a ton from her. She's amazing at coaching and just stick with it. And she'll have you like selling lots. But that one I can't say enough about because as a newer agent to have that person to call or that person to practice with or to guide you every step of the way, because no two deals are never ever the same. They're all completely different. And so that's a very valuable resource. So when you get the listing, so you have everything in place, you're ready to rock and roll. There are checklists. You guys have the checklists of like, you know, it's basically listing to contract to close. So, and if you want it, I can share it. You want me to like show it to you? I can actually show it to you if you want. Hold on.
And then maybe email it to us?
Yeah, I totally can do that. Oh, I know I have a lot of stuff open. Let's see if I can find it. So this is how I organized my, you know, when I send out all my listing agreements, I just like know that this is everything I have to get signed. So when you go to DocuSign, I actually rename everything with the address so that I keep them straight. But to be in compliance, you have to have all of this signed. Unless you're not going to do the private network, you don't need 2 and 3. But you definitely need the others. If it's older than 1978, you'll need a lead. If not, you don't need it. But this is all the stuff that you need. So are you guys familiar with all of this? For the most part, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, good. I think it might be in my drive, but let me just look one more time. There. So you have your new listing checklist. So we can look at that first. This helps you keep really organized. You could use the Trello board that we have available in the office. If you don't know what that is, we can talk about that. But this just kind of it keeps you organized. And sometimes there's a lot more to do than just this, but this kind of prompts you. You can also use command and move it along in the stages in your command if you have it set up, because you can customize all those steps. So whatever way works for you to keep it organized. If you have leverage and you have an assistant, then this is really handy for them, and you can like go in and see what's done and what date it's done and not bother them at all. So that is the new listing checklist. And then you have your pending listing checklist. And this prompts you to go through everything from when you receive the contract all the way to close. Are these helpful to you guys?
Yes.
Yeah? All right, I can certainly share them. If you want to put your email in the chat box, that would be great. There's a block in my room and there's a cord out there. Okay, then check over in the corner. It might be there. I don't know. Okay. Okay, so I would love some help from you guys right now. Like, what do you need help with the most? Is it Is it getting the listing with the seller? Is it this stuff where you have the checklist of what to do with the listing once you have it or once you sell it? Or is it negotiating with the seller once you receive one or multiple offers? Well, which would be most beneficial for you guys to go over?
I think negotiating offers would be really helpful.
Is that good for everyone?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So basically you have your listings on the market. You know, it might have been the first week, it might have been 30 days in. You finally receive an offer. So we'll start with one initially. And my rule of thumb is to never receive or never to present an offer or tell your seller that you have an offer until you actually have it in your hand. When I was new, I was all excited and an agent told me they're writing an offer. And actually I've had this happen quite a few times, but it only took the one time for me to actually tell my seller, oh, we have a contract, we have an offer coming in. And they got really excited and then the offer never came. And so I'll tell you a lot of my rule of thumbs. That's another one. You don't have any conversation with the seller unless you have it in your hand. Nothing like disappointing them. So once you have it, I believe that you should just send over the entire document so that you can go through it with them, either over Zoom or over the phone or even in person when we get there. But put down in bullets in the email, like what the snippets of the offer are. You know, maybe it's obviously the price, the closing date, the tax proration, how much earnest money, if there's any contingencies, if there's a home warranty, you know, if there's any, if you want to have any personal property left in the, you know, if there's this is a big lesson I learned. If there is a closing cost credit, my my advice to you is to never do this on your cell phone. Open it up on the big screen. Just save yourself now. It cost me $5,000 because it was a repeat client, had a great relationship with him. It was actually during COVID recently, so I should have known better, but I was tired and I was laying on my couch and we had 3 offers on his place. And if you can imagine, this is somebody who bought the place with me for more than what I was selling it for. So I already knew he was going to have to probably bring money to closing. So every dollar counts. Every dollar counted. And it does with anybody, but especially when someone is upside down on their listing and really in kind of desperate measures. So I went through all 3 offers by reading them on my phone, and he accepted one. And then I went to have it signed and I noticed there was a $5,000 seller credit, closing costs, that I didn't catch. But now my seller was thinking they were getting X and they really were going to get $5,000 less, which meant $5,000 more for them to bring. And he's like a friend and a repeat client. And I felt so bad that I paid for it. That stunk, you know, like I'm coming off, you know, some personal stuff where I needed every dollar myself. Not that that matters, because I'm just telling you guys, you never let the seller know that, but it really hurt. It was a zinger. And I know better. So if you take anything away from this call, just best practices, right? Open it on a computer, print it out if you have to, highlight it. I would say if you're new, do that so you get really used to all the fields and that you're conveying the correct information to your seller. It's like even more important when you have multiple offers like I did, because they weren't all the same. He probably would have picked a different one had I seen that. And that one stung, not gonna lie. We're still good to this day. I made it right, but you don't want to have to make it right at the tune of $5,000. That's not fun. So when I present an offer to a seller, I always want to make sure they're in an uninterrupted place, you know, like not on the fly, because you want them to hear everything that you're saying and every bit of the offer. And I always preface it by saying this isn't just about price. There are many factors into this offer. It's close date, it's who the lender is, it's how much down payment they have, it's are they asking for a bunch of extras, or hopefully you've met the buyer and you can kind of gauge, you know, the kind of people that you're dealing with or the kind of agents that you're dealing with. And, you know, you've got to, in a professional way, let them know your take on it as well. So when you have multiple offers, and we're still going to be able to do this in Command, but it's still going to be in a digital format, and you're still going to have to talk them through everything and give your professional opinion of what you think. Another example, I sold a place and I had put it on the market for $5,000 under what we thought the comp supported. And this was just this last summer in July. And we thought, oh, no problem. We're going to get multiple offers. We're going to get way over this price. Well, we got 3 offers all right in the first 8 days, but all 3 offers were 10 grand under my price, under my good price. So now I had a really pissed off seller. Sorry, excuse my French. But the seller was actually not happy with me because he thought I didn't negotiate to get these people up enough. And I had the difficult job of explaining to him that this is just what the market is bearing right now. It's the sign of the times. And in his opinion, you know, all he could think about was like, well, that's a pontoon boat. You know, you're telling me I have to sell for 10 grand under the lower price. And that was the money I was going to use to buy a pontoon boat. And so I had to do best and final 2 times because all 3 offers were so similar. And I got him up to 7,000 underneath our list price, but he was mad at me the whole time, all the way to the closing. He's still mad at me, I'm sure. But you're not to be the friend when you're dealing with sellers. You're out there to sell it in the quickest amount of time for the most amount of money with the most qualified buyer. And sometimes you have to really give the talk like that. Like you have to, I guess, show to them that you're the professional and that you're the one sort of leading this journey to get them to the end goal. That's the part I hate about working with sellers. You know, sometimes it's a letdown and sometimes they don't get what they want, but as long as you get them to the closing table and achieve the goal that they hired you for, then you've done your job.
So even if you sell them quick, they have a feeling that maybe it was underpriced?
Sometimes they do. That's a great question. So the way I position that before it ever even happens is, you know, when we're going through the comparables and I give the range of where I think the highest they can go at and the lowest that they can go at, I am notorious for going on the lower end because you have got to look the best and be the best value out on the market in order for the buyer to pick that listing. And if they see the value, they'll pay more than your list price. And it's not because you've underpriced it, it's because they see the value. And the hardest part, someone once told me the hardest part in selling your place is getting someone to put pen to paper and to like actually making an offer and writing. And so once you have that in your hand, it really is going to tell you what the market is bearing. And that's what the case with the seller. You know, the market didn't bear what I said the place was worth. It was actually under, and we had 3 offers to prove it. But yeah, sometimes people get a little annoyed that if you price it on the lower end and then they get more, they think they've left money on the table.
So if it's multiple offers, let's say they come in different, you know, bullets, like different things in it. And so your job is just pinpoint the good and bad things in it and consult them with these offers. But the decision is to choose from these, right?
Yes.
And so they cannot blame you if it's something they decided wrong.
This is true. And it's your job to point out the facts, to give your advice, but to stay neutral and not sway them one way or the other. I actually have had a lot of success on the buy side in multiple offers, winning the bid, and we're not even the highest price. I mean, that's how important the other pieces of the puzzle are. It's not always the price. Like I sold one in June, and the lady told us at the closing she had 6 offers. The sellers actually picked our offer, and they had one that was $20,000 higher than ours. That's a lot of money.
How it happens?
Well, it happened because it was a couple that they had just a good feeling about my buyers. They also knew it would never appraise for the $20,000 over. And they were unfamiliar with the lender that they were working with, but they knew my lender. So, I mean, that all coupled with the letter I had my clients write to the sellers, it really was a perfect package with a little bow on it. So you can imagine on the sell side, they had the opportunity to go with the highest bid, but just looked at the full picture and went with mine.
So that's a burning question that I have, is how do you know, since, you know, I'm not familiar with all the lenders, how do you know that even if the client comes with a pre-approval, that it doesn't fall apart at the end after the 30 days or what? Because actually one of my friends on her closing, the buyer, the day before closing, the agent called her husband's a KW agent as well, said that the loan fell through. And so the day before closing, it all fell apart. So how do you know that, you know, to not have that happen?
Well, you could make the phone calls up front to the lenders to see what kind of due diligence they've done with the buyer to get their perception of it. I will say I had the same thing happen last January. We extended the closing. My seller granted an extension like 3 times. So it should have closed, they should have closed in October. We kept extending, giving the seller or the buyer more time. And the day before the final day of our extension that we were supposed to close, they said the buyer couldn't get his loan because he was missing one document. I have a feeling maybe he wasn't a legal citizen or he couldn't provide that documentation. That's just my gut feeling. But the other agent I had worked with, the lender I had worked with, and it was really the buyer that was not being forthright with his information. And shame on us for like extending as many times as we did. It was a really hard property to sell, and I'd sold it like 3 times already. So I was really wanting this one to work. So I had to go back on the market and sell it for a 4th time. And that one thankfully stuck, but it sometimes is out of your control. But if you have any doubts coming up, like maybe it's a buyer that only has, you know, 3% down or 5% down, and you're kind of feeling like, ooh, it's on the cusp of them maybe not being a really strong buyer. And then you call up the lender yourself. You have every right to do that and have the conversation with them. Say, hey, look, before we accept this, I just need to know how deep did you go on your pre-approval? You know, what do you know about them? Do you have any doubts about this going through? They may or may not be able to tell you right then and there, but it might make them question and dig a little bit further.
So what's the average time a lender should know, like, that this person is capable of being approved? Like, is it 2 weeks? Is it 1 week?
I would probably say during that attorney review period, because they have their 7 days to get their loan application in. So if you think about it, they've gotten their pre-approval, but they haven't really done a deep dive. And then they have to go do the loan app right after they go under contract. They should know pretty quickly. And if you start talking with them, you can definitely stay in touch with them as it goes along. If they're a decent lender and decent person. So.
And also going back to the beginning of the session when you said that you go to every showing. So do you not put showtime on your listings and just have them? Because I've seen it where like the listing agent only wants you to call them or only wants you to email them. Is that what you do in order to be there each and every time?
I do my best to be there. What I meant by that is I don't miss it. I find some way for them to see it. So yes, I use showing time. If I can't be there, then I have a lockbox available or keys that they can pick up at the office, or I call someone in the office and get them to go show it for me.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes they have to see it without you just because you humanly cannot get there. But I prefer that they see it without me than not see it at all.
Right, okay, okay.
Yeah. And maybe be available during the showing so they can call you, or maybe send your showing notes ahead of time if you can't be there, so they have everything they need to make a decision. So what else can I help you guys with? We have about 10 minutes left, and I think, you know, negotiating with sellers is tricky. It takes some practice, it takes some experience. But if you are preparing yourselves now for when you do go in, you actually will have the confidence and the knowledge. And if you don't, it's okay. You just say, hey, I don't know the answer to that, but I have a whole office of, you know, 200 plus people that I can fall back on. What else? What else can I help you with? Do you guys have referrals? Do you have, you know, a spreadsheet of people that you can refer if a seller needs it, whether it's like contractors or attorneys or, I mean, anything that a seller might need, you have it at your fingertips?
I did give my client today, like photographers, attorneys, a list.
Perfect. A lot of times that I've had people ask me for that stuff before they decide to work with me. And I feel like that's kind of part of your value is having those contacts and those trusted referrals. So it's not something I freely, like I don't put it on my website. I only do it as people ask. But you are supposed to be a resource and you want to train them to be a resource, for you to be that resource, because after you sell, you still want them to think of you, you know, to call and be like, oh, I really could use a plumber. I should call Tanya, you know, and that way you're staying in touch with them and hopefully going to work with them multiple times. Dakota. Let me see. All right, I am going to make sure that I take a picture of these. And I would say you could tweak oh, that's how you do that. I would say you take these lists and you make them your own, you know, tweaking the list. I would talk to our agent services. I know we have the Trello board at Lakeview and O'Hare. I don't know that we have it at Lincoln Park, or if KW1's going to have it as a service for all of us, but it's a really kind of awesome tool if you want to stay organized that way and you don't have an assistant. Otherwise, how do you guys do you have your commands set up to where you can like move the steps?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so that might be the best way too. Otherwise, like at home, I print out, I took a new listing and let me see if I have one. I just print out the checklist so I can just go down the list and keep, because I'm here, and just keep organized that way. Wait, have your checklist, try to get 3 or 4 new pieces of business from every listing. Maybe find someone that you can practice writing or reviewing offers that we've already received, so you can like familiarize with what that looks like. I always just, the practice makes perfect, right? Let me see what else. Okay. I think I've pretty much covered everything. The only other thing I could think of is like how you speak to the different points of the different offers and how you kind of value what's more important or what should be focused on. But that I think comes with time and with experience. And like I said, if you want to work with Melissa on kind of practicing that, like print out 4 offers on an old property and present them to Melissa or anyone and say, hey, I want you to be a seller and I'm going to come to you with my 4 offers, and practice presenting all of them, you know, so that you're saying it out loud and hearing yourself and knowing exactly the different things to focus on. I think that would be a really valuable experience.
Can I ask you one more question about today?
Absolutely.
Okay, so when she showed me her basement, she does have like water damage and you can clearly see it on the walls. So she was asking me what she should do. So I was thinking, well, she was concerned about mold. And so should I tell her to first, before she gets all the drywall repaired, to get an inspector to see if there's mold? Would you suggest that?
Yeah, oh yeah, 100%. And the reason being is
the buyer's inspector is going to find it anyways, is what I told her.
And it's going to either kill your deal or she's going to pay like double or triple what it might cost her now. And that goes with any inspection items. Like if you are getting ready to sell your house, go through, fix anything that's obvious, because if you don't fix it yourself, a buyer is going to come in and you're going to end up giving credits or paying a lot more money to have it done in a hurry. And I really recommend making the house as sound as possible because it always costs more.
You did mention that you worked in the south suburbs. So this house is located in South Holland. Do you have any inspectors you know that work in the south suburbs?
I actually didn't work in the south suburbs. I worked on the south side, like Bronzeville, South Loop, Hyde Park. So all city proper. My only suburban business has been either western suburbs or northwest. But I think if you put it out on the KW1, yeah, or ask, you know who you should ask is anyone on Kara Mall's group, because she used to be out of the Orland office and she would have someone for sure.
Who is this?
Kara Mall.
Does she work, which office?
She's out of Lakeview. She's actually a MAPS coach and she has a team. She would be a really good person. MOLL, Kara Mall.
Kara Mall, okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. And anytime you guys have a question or need to bounce it off someone different, like obviously I can put my info in the chat. There. Please call me, text me, even if you're like in a pinch and in the middle of a showing and don't know what to do, or you know, just want to bounce it off somebody, please just let me know and I'll help any way I can. It's crazy times out there, that's for sure. I have a listing at 303 West Ohio, and we went on, the clients moved out, we professionally staged it, we purposely priced it just under all the competition, and that was just right around when all the looting happened. And it didn't fare well, it never got any offers. We were having showings. So then we decided to cancel and relist at a new price. And we were $15,000 underneath all the rest of the competition. Still haven't sold it. So this week we threw a dining room table in there. We staged the outdoor area. We got new pictures. I did a Matterport. We're gearing up to drop the price again. We're now going to be $50,000 underneath all the competition. And I haven't been able to cancel and relist because they had the Breonna Taylor stuff done yesterday or 2 days ago. And we don't know kind of how it's going to be. So we're going to wait the weekend, but it is really brutal. This client already owns another house. They are practically giving this away. But we just got to keep shifting, right? We got to keep moving. And I feel like whoever buys it is going to win because it will come back. The values will come back eventually. But we're doing everything that we can to sell it, but we keep having obstacles. But I think the takeaway is just to constantly keep ebbing, keep flowing, keep showing the seller that you're working. And I'm doing like virtual open houses and whatever I can, online exposure, just to let her know that I'm not going to give up on trying to find a buyer for this, but it's pretty brutal. I feel bad for them.
So I actually live in River North myself, and I wanted to move too, but yeah, what's stopping me is all this looting that's going on, and one of the units in my building. So you think 50 is bad? So a seller listed the unit $80,000 less, and it sold in 2 weeks.
80,000?
$80,000 less than what.
And you own yours?
I do. I do. And I wanted to move too, but with the looting and everything, I'm not gonna short myself 80 grand. That's for sure.
No. What building are you in?
30 East Huron.
Oh, that's a great building too.
Right. Yeah. I have my husband. He's like, oh yeah, you could say front row to all the looting because we watch it from Saks Fifth Avenue all the time. So yeah,
I'm so sorry. That's like
definitely hard.
Yeah. And I think the whole theme of this call has been with sellers, and just to end with that, I think just to be empathetic to them and to let them know that this isn't easy and it, but you're just doing everything that you can. And hopefully, no matter what, you'll end up selling it, if it's not now, later, that they stick with you because of your care and concern and your hard work. So, yeah, do you guys have any last questions before we sign off? We kind of covered a lot, touched on a lot of stuff, but I'm happy to, like I said, help you any way I can in the future.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You guys have a great weekend. It's gonna be like 80. I'll sell something. All right, bye.
Bye.